Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. We can start our conference, career option after the graduation, and welcome to all of you. And this conference is especially for the medical student in Pakistan and the young physician. And I'd like to thanks to our president, Jinnah, and the executive committee and all the members who are participating in this conference. And special thanks to our Vice Chancellor, JSMU, Dr. Tariq Rafi, and our coordinator at JSMU, Dr. Rahat Naz. So I will invite our president for welcome remarks, Dr. Jinnah.
Assalamu alaikum everybody, and good morning, good evening, good night, I mean wherever you are. So this is truly a very international meeting that we are having here, trying to let our students know what options there are available after graduation, not just in USA and Canada, but in different parts of the world. So I think this is the first time that we are holding this kind of a meeting, a truly international collaborative initiative here. And what I wanted to tell you is that what JSMUAANA is an alumni of the Sindh Medical University graduates in USA and Canada. And we strive to bring education and collaboration and research and give back to alma mater. That's what we want to do. And we have done a few things for our students specifically this year, in which we, in our new website, which is outlined over here, we have a form that's a mentor form and a mentee form that students and also the teachers, they can volunteer to pair up with a mentee to guide them through the process of postgraduate training, wherever it may be. The other thing that is happening right now as we speak is a generic international meeting in collaboration with NICH and international faculty here in US and in Pakistan, with collaboration with also genetic counselors, genetic clinic, and updating the lab. So it's a great honor to also co-host that. And I'm just pointed out a few things that we did in response to COVID, and we were fortunate enough to, by alumni, to give us the donations that we could secure PPEs and 95 masks for JSMU and for JPMC, for the house officers and staff and faculty, also for those in need in New York hospitals, and also donated money for food in the food pantry project. We did a lot of educational webinars, especially on COVID, also HIV webinar, participated also in and contributed to the Apna Merit program. We did young physician guidance webinars. And you can see on the JSMU website and on our JSMUAANA website that there are multiple lectures focused on COVID and also other topics of interest such as diabetes, hypertension, anemia, which are freely available for all medical students, no matter which medical school they are in and no matter what part of the world they are. So this, I'm coming back to this, this is truly an international collaboration with speakers from USA, Canada, UK, Ireland, Australia, UAE, Saudi Arabia, Pakistan, and also alternative pathway other than medicine will be discussed here too. So for the first time, we will have CME credits, a maximum of 4 hours for this activity can be claimed, and the details about that will be outlined in a few minutes. And we appreciate the help of Dr. Tariq Butt in obtaining the CME credits through the Chicago Medical Society. Now, it's my honor, and also I want to acknowledge Irfan, who has put in a lot of effort putting all this together. Dr. Rahat Naz, who's the alumni coordinator in JSMU, Dr. Rizwan Naeem, and Dr. Mukarram Ali, who has all helped us put this program together. And of course, my executive committee, who's been with me supporting this initiative. So at this point, I'm going to welcome Dr. Tariq Rafi, who is our Vice Chancellor and has been a strong supporter of our alumni and helping guide us in what is needed for our parent institution. So I would like to ask Dr. Tariq Rafi if he could be kind enough to say a few words. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you, Jinnah. Thank you, all my colleagues in JSMUAANA, Irfan Sulaiman, all the past presidents, and all the participants of this meeting. It's definitely an honor for me to be here in this meeting. Unfortunately, because of COVID-19, we could not have a physical meeting that was arranged by Jinnah in Houston. But I'm really thankful to you, Jinnah, to giving us this opportunity to be with you here again on this meeting that you have arranged. Definitely the topic that you have for the students for the young doctors, the career opportunities that they have is going to be of a great help to them, no doubt about it. Let me just go back and take you all people back for a few minutes to what happened at the Sindh Medical College. Established in 1973, became attached to Dow University of Health Sciences in 2002, and then became a university in its own self in 2012. Those of you who have been there with me in this suffer of Sindh Medical College to become a university knows very well that how difficult and how tortuous it was. But unfortunately, with the help of God and with the help of alumni and with the help of you, all of you, we have been able to achieve a lot of things. We have been successful in converting this university, this college into a university and one of the best universities of the country. You will be happy to know to start with, it only had a Sindh Medical College. Today we have got 12 institutes attached to it. The important ones, just to mention a few, is the Apna Institute of Public Health, the first one to be established with the support of Apna. When Javed Suleiman was the president of Apna, he gave us a donation of $80,000 with which we started this institute. We had no money. We started this university with only 1,400 rupees. That comes to less than $10 in the account of the university. But today we are, mashallah, very much financially stable. Then after this, we established the dental college, the Institute of Pharmacy, Institute of Business School, Nursing School, Physiotherapy School, School of Family Medicine, and medical technology. So we have got 12 institutes established. So it has now become one of the largest universities of the country. We started with only 1,700 students of Sindh Medical College. Today we have got more than 4,000 students of all our which are the constituent colleges and institutes. All the private medical and dental colleges of Karachi are now associated and linked and affiliated with our university. We take their exam and give them the degrees. So making it the largest medical university of province of Sindh as far as the number of students enrolled is concerned, more than 8,000. Whereas the second largest in the country after University of Health Sciences, Lahore. So these are the things that we did. When we started, we had no money. The alumni came forward with the support. And I remember at that time, we needed to upgrade our lecture halls, our auditoriums, and 3 of the auditoriums were upgraded by different batches of different classes of the alumni. And I'm thankful to all of them. And then during Intikhab period, they brought us the surgical skill workshop was upgraded. And Irfan Suleiman provided us with a lot of teaching materials and CM regularly conducted by him. All of this has contributed a lot. But with the passage of time, we have now become self-sufficient and as far as the money is concerned. Now, my question is that you people should put your money in our endowment fund, which we have established. You'll be happy to know that the university itself has placed around 1 billion rupees in our endowment fund. You know, any university in the world, it may be a large university, MIT and Harvard, they've got an endowment fund of billions. The strength of is something coming high on that. And so we have started an endowment fund. Now my request to all the alumni members are, you can put even $10. The is there on the back and go put an endowment fund. Then which will be comprised only 1% of the university is the vice chancellor, and the rest of them are all from outside the university.
I think we lost connection. Can we please go on, Irfan?
Okay.
Dr. Rafi is on mute.
Oh, sorry.
Hello, can you hear me?
Ji, bilkul, Dr. Rafi.
Acha, sorry, the connection was, the connectivity lost. I lost the connectivity. What was I talking about when I lost the connectivity?
But आप बात कर रहे थे endowment fund की. Even if we can put in a few dollars.
a few dollars, that would be a great. We don't need Indian fund to be supported, and that is my request. That please put in the endowment fund. It will be managed by people who will be running it, are people who are of good repute, and they are not of the university. They are from outside, philanthropists and other people who are there. Just to tell you what we have done, we started with no bus for the students. Now we have got 27 new buses. We have, the mortuary in the Sindh Medical College is the mortuary which is used 60% of all medical legal cases come over there. It was in a shambles. आप लोग mortuary में गए, you must have seen it was in a pathetic condition. Now we have built up a new latest mortuary. It is under construction. It is a state-of-the-art mortuary, not only to teach and train our students, but also for those the medical legal officers who will come and do their medical legal procedures over there. It will be a state-of-the-art. Another building is under construction. It's an 8-story building which will house the dental child auditorium. It will be 100 seats for the purpose it was built. Two main projects which are underway is one in the campus 1 at 12-story building, other is in the campus 2, another 8-story building. 1 billion rupees from the Sindh government, another 1 billion from the Higher Education Commission. So we are now moving forward. This problem with us is that unfortunately we do not have space. So we have to go vertically, we cannot expand horizontally. But what we have been trying to do is to achieve all what we can do in this short period of time. So during these 8 years, we have been able to establish ourselves, establish the name of the university. And the best part of it, university is one of these in the country. Every university standards, so we are trying to make it one of the best. We take out an annals and journals of Jinnah Medical University, which is recognized by the Higher Education Commission, which is recognized by the Pakistan Medical Commission, and we are looking forward to move into our research program. So for that, this building that I told you to be established in Campus 1 will only host laboratories for research purposes, laboratories for research for students who will come for their PhD and other qualifications. I know I won't be taking much long time, but I'm thankful to Asif for getting the CME credit point from Chicago alumni, and also thankful to Irfan Suleiman for continuing CME. Zenith has been a great support to all of us during her tenure. We have done a lot of things despite this COVID-19 problems. Looking forward for a better year next year, and where we can achieve many things more. I am thankful to all of you. I'm thankful to the continuous support which is extended by all of you. And I look forward for your cooperation in future also. This is your university. This is where you people came from, and this is what belongs to you. And so don't, I always think that you people have done much more than anybody else for this university. The alumni in Pakistan has also been a great support, especially Mukarram, the president, has done a lot for us. And thank you once again. Thank you all. And I'm really grateful for inviting me to be a part of you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Tariq Rafi, for your kind words. And we are always here to support you. We are always there. And inshallah, we will continue to support our alma mater.
Dr. Rahat, please.
Assalamu alaikum. I welcome you all to the JSMUAANA Winter Meeting 2020. This online meeting is being conducted for career guidance of our medical graduate with a special session on state of genetics in Pakistan. Before we begin, I would like to thank my alumni for putting their trust in me for the last so many years. I feel proud to be a part of this dedicated and dynamic team that is always eager to support our alma mater. I would like to express my gratitude to our worthy Vice Chancellor, Professor Tariq Rafi. Sir, your presence here is an indication that you care for both present and past graduate. My special thanks to Dr. Jinnah Safdar, Dr. Irfan Suleiman, the organizing committee, and our eminent speaker for their time and efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Rahat. Okay, so we can start our first talk, and our first presenter is Dr. Ziaul Islam from Pakistan. He's going to talk about the opportunities in Pakistan. Please share your slide.
एक सेकेंड अगर आप
oh yes, sorry, yeah, go ahead.
आप मुझे
Yeah.
allow करें, if you please. I want to acknowledge Dr. Tariq Butt for his support of our alumni, JSMUAANA, and also for support of our parent institution, JSMU, to kindly providing the CME, AMA, Category 1 CME for our this meeting, and also in future. So, Dr. Tariq Butt, would you like to say a few words, please, sir?
Ji, I think that good morning from Chicago, or assalamu alaikum, because it ascends and transcends all other greetings, whatever time zone you are in. And on behalf of Chicago Medical Society and its president, it's my unique honor and pleasure to really be part of this very, very unique conference. And I must thank Vice Chancellor Dr. Tariq Rafi for his efforts to bridge this bridge to make sure that we really have corridor of knowledge with Pakistan and especially Jinnah Medical University. And Dr. Asif Sayed, who is an alumni, of Jinnah Medical University. And I had a great conversation with Dr. Zina Safdar and Dr. Irfan Suleiman last night about this program. Our purpose is to make sure that we continue to open doors of knowledge and also medical education, because Pakistan has some world-class institutions. And we, moving forward, we should really, really give exposure to our medical students as we are doing right now in Pakistan. Because when I was serving on the Chicago School Board, which is the third largest school system, our slogan used to be, you cannot be inspired if you're not exposed to something. So we really have such great talent here. You all are in very unique positions, higher academic positions, or wherever you are serving your communities, and you have brought all these skills and knowledge. First, our foundation was from Pakistan, and now you have really matured it in the United States and different parts of the world. So on behalf of Chicago Medical Society, which represents 33,000 physicians in Chicagoland area, I really have a warm welcome. Congratulations on really, making this conference such a meaningful conference. And I think we'll do some great things in the future. So I really, from bottom of my heart, thank you so much for making me
Thank you so much, Dr.
part
Butt.
of it.
We appreciate you.
Thank you.
We now ask Dr. Ziaul Islam to please start his presentation. Thank you.
Yes, Assalamu alaikum to all my participants and to my fellows from Pakistan. It will be an immense pleasure to put a part of this alumni for career planning. Basically, I am suffering from COVID. I became COVID positive a week back ago and I'm in isolation. So my word or my talking will not be in a good manner. You have to keep it and so कहते हैं बर्दाश्त करना पड़ेगा. Okay, now but for the alumni, I did plan to give this presentation. Now, career planning, basically, if you evolve around career planning, it is just not only some imagination. It is actually a work around the science. That is, you set your goals, whether it is a clinical medicine or it's a basic science career. You have to set goals, you take action, you explore yourself, your careers, and finally make a decision. So any decision right at this moment going to make you a better doctor in future. So please plan yourself so that after 10 years, what will be your status? Now, post-graduation in Pakistan, again divided into following categories. And many of you know that we have a clinical sciences, we have basic medical sciences opportunities, we have opportunities in pharma industry, we have hospital management, research-oriented, business administration, and medical education. So there are a wide varieties of fields which are present in Pakistan for post-graduation. Now, basically, we have the clinical sciences and we have the basic sciences. In the basic sciences, we have actually postgraduate studies, and the postgraduate studies in basic medical sciences will lead you to MPHIL, PhD, and FCPS degree. Now, one thing is much clear that when we talk about fellowship programs, that is FCPS in clinical sciences, FCPS in basic medical sciences are also there. After doing post-graduation in basic sciences, you can appointed as in medical universities as a faculty. So you can be hired as an assistant or associate professor or a professor full-time. Beside becoming a faculty, you can also become a researcher, can become a scientist in basic medical sciences. So options are very much higher nowadays. Nowadays, due to large number of medical institutions, there is a high demand for in this field. And I remember when I was in I did my graduation in 1989, where there are only 17 medical colleges in Pakistan. But right now in 2020, today, that is 6 December, we have more than 160 medical colleges in Pakistan. Now, the basic fields which are there in basic medical sciences, these are the now one thing which I should be added over here, that there are certain important things regarding doing basic medical sciences. People nowadays prefer to do basic medical sciences because of their two important things. One thing is that the duration, the time constraint. In basic medical sciences, there are no rush hours. You have a very comfortable time from morning till evening, number one. Number two, for the females, I mean, I'm working in this education field for more than 25 years, and I've seen that majority of the students are females. And after graduating, these females are lost. Some of them, and not all of them, they land into clinical sciences. So if you people, if females, if they want to have a family life, and they can opt for this post-graduation in medical sciences. And again, it is early rewarding. You can become professor earlier as compared to your clinical sciences. Now, basic medical sciences can be offered in different fields, and we have degrees, postgraduate degrees like MPHIL, PhD, and FCPS. The basic medical science subject, which includes anatomy, physiology, pharmacology, forensic medicine, pathology, biochemistry, and genetics. Regarding the subject of pathology, it is a very interesting subject because pathology is further subdivided into fields like microbiology, chemical pathology, hematology, and histopathology. So you can do your MPhil or PhD or FCPS in this subspecialty of pathology. And pathology is actually standing in landmark between clinical side and basic side. Similarly, doing post-graduation in biochemistry include medical biochemistry and of course clinical biochemistry, which is again a part of the clinical sciences also. Now, with the advent of genetics in the world, Pakistan is also offering various fields in medical genetics and in bioinformatics. Now, bioinformatics, I'm not going to detail. Now, this MPhil program is basically 2 to 3 years full-time program, which are being run by various universities in Pakistan. And the MPhil program, after doing your MPhil program, it produces competent, confident, and productive biomedical scientists who can teach in academia, or they can learn into, they can go for further post-graduation like PhD, and even they can become a part of any academia. So MPhil is the first step in moving towards basic medical science post-graduation. Now, MPhil program is a 2 to 3 year full-time program, which again run by the universities, and those universities are being recognized by HEC. So the program are accredited by HEC, and it requires 24 credit hours for coursework and 6 credit hours for the original research work, which you have to complete. And upon successful completion of the research program and doing the coursework, your work will be evaluated by the internal, external reviewers. And after successful defense of the thesis, you will be awarded the Masters of Philosophy in Basic Medical Sciences in their respective subjects. Now, here I would like to add that different universities have different things, that their requirements are quite different, but all of them, they follow HEC rules. So if you go to HEC, you will find all the rules and regulations there in the website. But the most important thing is that it is a 2 to 3 year full-time program in which you have to appear for your thesis as well as your coursework. Requirements for MPhil program, of course, MBBS or BDS, it is primary requirement. All of you must have done this thing. And if you want to directly go to MPhil program, not in a medical university, in a general university, then you have to take 15 credit hour extra courses. Similarly, total 30 credit hours will be required with GPA of 3 attaining more. Similarly, the basic health sciences are also, we can also switch to PhD in basic health sciences. I mean, this is one step ahead of your MPhil program. That is, this is the level or the highest level which the HEC actually required, that is PhD. And the PhD students in various faculties of health and medical sciences will have to be a full-time researcher. And they have, for a minimum of 3 to 7 years is the time limit for doing the PhD program. PhD program is again run by the different universities. Those universities should be accredited by the HEC. And again, it is combination of both the coursework and the thesis. So you have to do a coursework of the PhD program and again a thesis, but the duration of the thesis is more as compared to the coursework. And again, the research at the PhD level is of higher level. So it should be of a standard level. Your coursework and your research will be checked by internal evaluators of this country, outside the country. So it is a very strong and program. And I think that nowadays, even PMC have been asking for people to to do PhD instead of MPhil. So MPhil program leading to PhD is nowadays requirement. PhD again can be done in various fields of basic science subjects like anatomy, biochemistry, physiology, pharmacology, again pathology and genetics. Because there are again options. In case of anatomy, there are smaller number of chances in doing PhD in basic health science in anatomy. But again, in biochemistry, physiology, pharmacology, pathology, there are institutes, there are organizations, there are universities who are offering the program. Similarly, PhD genetics is also there. Requirement for PhD program is again that either you have to clear your MPhil or master's, 3 years or 2 years master's program. For admission to PhD, minimum of GPA 3 is required out of 4 if it is a semester system, or first division in your annual system in MPhil if it is a annual system. The candidate must pass the NTS exam or the GAT exam or the MPhil entry test, which are again the requirement of various universities, but you have to clear the entrance test before getting admission, or during your PhD process, you can clear these exams. Now the duration of the PhD, as already mentioned, is about 3 to 7 years. And sometimes what happens that if the student who does not hold an MPhil or equivalent degree, he may be admitted to PhD program. But for this purpose, he must have a coursework requirement of 42 credit hours. Instead of 36 credit hours, he must have a 42 credit hours. And these 42 credit hours are one for those who haven't got a qualification of MPhil, MS or equivalent. Similarly, various universities, they offer the PhD and MPhil program in Pakistan, and you can visit those universities, prominent universities like Dhaka University of Health Sciences, like Aga University, Ziauddin University, Bakai Medical University, Jinnah Sindh Medical University, Karachi University, similarly Isra University, Hyderabad, LUMS, and other government institutions in Sindh province, they are offering the PhD and MPhil program in the basic sciences. Now, beside these basic medical science education, there are again allied field. And one of the field which is very much in is medical education. Doing post-graduation in medical education. Medical education nowadays is an important component for all the medical institutes in the world. And it is now become an essential subject for teaching purpose. And now the PMC and the former PMDC is requested to add this medical education for the faculty, either they do a certificate course or master's program. Now, medical education is a digital learning program which consists of face-to-face contact and supervised distance learning. The degrees which are offered in the medical education includes the Masters in Health Profession Education. Masters in Health Profession Education, it can be done in the it can be done in this country, that's from Pakistan or from any foreign country. You can do PhD in Health Profession Education. The MHP and the PhD programs are run by the different institutes of the different universities. while the College of Physicians and Surgeons, it runs an MCPS program in health profession education. So there are many doctors who are not only become consultant or a faculty, they are opting for the medical education, and I think that this is one of the field which is very much in need. Similarly, another important part is that there are MPhil and PhD program in the following molecular medicine subjects, and Dr. Panjwani Center for Molecular Medicine and Drug Research, which is established in Karachi University, is offering MPhil and PhD program in the following molecular medicine subjects. We haven't know these subjects are being taught, and PhD and MPhil program are run in the molecular and cellular biology, molecular genetics, molecular pharmacology, neuropharmacology, pathophysiology, bioinformatics, computational and drug discovery, structural biology, stem cell research, and so on. So these courses are being run by Dr. Panjwani Center for Molecular Medicine. About a month back, advertisement is appeared in various newspaper. So there are, if you're interested in these sort of post-graduation, you can do your research, you can get admission there. Similarly, eligibility criteria for these programs in Jinnah Panjwani is again the same. That is, you have an MBBS basic qualification and your GPA should be 3 and more. Similarly, there are other options like doing something in health management sciences, because nowadays we as a health professional need depth exposure to various components of health management, administration and healthcare function. And the latest practice in this discipline, it will help the participant to formulate their strategy. And for this purpose, there are certain programs of health management sciences in Karachi and various universities of Pakistan that people are offering in MS Healthcare and Hospital Management, MBA in Health Management, MSc in Health Policy and Management from Aachen University, postgraduate diploma from IBA, Healthcare System Management from CPSP, so on and so forth. And today's dawn, Dow Medical College, and even our JSMU are offering Health Management Sciences post-graduation. With this topic, I end my presentation, and hope that I'm able to at least put something about a post-graduation in Pakistan. So any query you can ask, and I will forward my email address to this presentation, which is being forwarded to Irfan, where my email address is there. So till then, Irfan, it's up to you.
Thank you, Dr. Zia, and Dr. Nagmana will continue the opportunities in Pakistan, and then I will give you the email address. Can you stop sharing, Dr. Zia?
Yes, I was just waiting for Dr. Zia to stop his screen sharing.
Yes, go ahead, please.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Before I start, I'm just going to make some announcements. I have been kind of following chatting and participants. It looks like that we didn't expect that our program is going to fill this quickly to 100 participants. So we are full, but we are trying to stream it on Facebook. So Dr. Bilawal is actually working on that. And for questions, Dr. Suleiman is actually going to give you the email, and I have already entered the email askjsmuaana@gmail.com in chat. So any questions, please go ahead and email, and we will not going to stop the flow of our presentations. So all questions and answers are going to be in the end. So I'm going to talk about post-graduation in clinical specialties in Pakistan. So post-MBBS, there are multiple clinical training options. Most important, College of Physicians and Surgeons Pakistan, which offers MCPS and FCPS. There are multiple short diplomas offered by various universities in various specialties like OBGYN, ENT, ophthalmology. Doctors, he already talked about MCPS in healthcare systems or health professions, as well as a master's from other universities. You can also do masters in epidemiology and biostatics. MPHIL and PhD were just discussed. You also have MD programs, which is and MS programs, which is Doctor of Medicine and masters in surgery from some universities. So for MCPS is a shorter program, and after you are done your house job, you can start with it, and it's offered by CPSP in 22 specialties. It's a 2-year training program, and then you can take your exam. There are multiple specialties in MCPS, which is pretty much everything is anesthesiology, pathology, as you can say, see. So it's a big option for a shorter course of specialization. It is a 2 years of training, and your curriculum is competency based. So it's a residency program. There are 19,000 positions in 207 CPSP accredited medical institutions throughout the country. Now, be mindful that these positions are together for MCPS and FCPS. There's a mandatory capacity building short courses which you have to take at CPSP. And after you complete it, you will appear in exams and you will be awarded membership. If you want to do FCPS, it's a longer program. It's about 4 or 5 years based on the specialty. It's offered in 73 specialties. And as I said, depends on which specialty you are in. It can be 4 or 5 years. It's again competency-based curriculum, and it also has some more mandatory capacity building short courses and workshops like basic life support, trauma, advanced life support, neonatal resuscitation. Now, there are 2 steps of it. You can either do first fellowship or primary specialization like medicine or surgery, and then you can do a sub-specialization or second fellowship. So first fellowship are basically on all the basic specialities. As you can see, there is a long list of it. It's pretty much in every specialty. Every clinical specialty is represented. After you are done with this, you can do a second fellowship, and it can take somewhere like 2 to 3 years. And for example, if you are in surgery, you can do cardiothoracic surgery, you can do breast surgery. If you are in medicine, you can do endocrinology, you can do critical care medicine. If you are doing a specialization in aesthetics, you can do neonatology. And secondary fellowships are offered in multiple specialties, and you can see there's a very extensive list. Other option is, which is again a shorter yeah. Okay, give me 1 second. I got muted. So can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So diploma is offered in various specialities by many universities in Pakistan. And the common ones are child health, gynecology and obstetrics, ENT, ophthalmology, radiology, and other multiple fields. Okay, hang on. Okay. Now, also note that training in Pakistan can start for Royal Colleges in UK as well. The internship and residency programs in some medical institutions are approved by some Royal College specialities. And CPSP has also partnered with medical institutions in UK and Ireland for scholarships and exchange training programs. So these are the references. You can all look it up. Thank you.
So just announcement like this is a CME credit conference, and if you want to apply for a US CME credit, please email your at info@jsmuana.net. And also, if you want, also offering Pakistani CMEs. So if you want to claim your Pakistani CMEs, so please email cme@jsmu@jsmu.edu .pakistan and provide all this information, and we will send you some links and some documents form to fill and send it back, and we will provide you the CME credit. And if you have any, as Tukhbana mentioned, like if you have any question for any speaker, please put your question in the Zoom chat or email us email to askjsmuana@gmail.com. And also, if you are questioning in the Zoom chat, I will ask the speaker. If you have a time, you can try to reply on the chat. So we'll go for the next speaker, Dr. Shazia Maksud.
Okay, thank you very much, Irfan, and assalamu alaikum, everybody. And thank you very much for all the organizers, Dr. Jinnah, Dr. Irfan, Dr. Rahat, for organizing such a nice conference online. So my topic, I'm basically from Saudi Arabia. My name is Dr. Maksud, and I'm an OB-GYN residency training program director over here, and a medical administrator in one of the largest private healthcare institutions called Dr. Suleiman Al Habib. So Dr. Irfan, when we were starting, to format this conference, he asked me to, if I could be able to help young doctors to work on, how to get a job in Saudi Arabia. So there are great opportunities for doctors in Saudi Arabia as such, and the diversity of the career and the lifestyle opportunities available range from large tertiary referral centers to secondary centers to primary centers as well. The government of Saudi Arabia gives a high priority to the development of healthcare, and primary, secondary, and tertiary healthcare as a consequence. The Saudi population has greatly improved in health in recent decades. The Ministry of Health operates about 62% of the hospitals and 53% of the clinics and centers, and the remaining facilities are operated by the government agencies, including Ministry of Defense, the National Guard, the Ministry of Interior, and several other ministries, as well as private entities. So healthcare is one of the finest and one of the fastest developing, work sectors in the Middle East. And it was estimated that the GCC spent an overall about $96 billion, reaching double the amount in 2021. So with the COVID pandemic, things are on hold at the moment, but there is a Vision 2030 for the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, which has a lot of robust plans in place for structuring and restructuring the healthcare framework in the state kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So there are numerous high-profile healthcare projects being built across the region, both by the government and by the private foreign healthcare investors. And big names include the Cleveland Clinic, the King's College London, John Hopkins, Imperial College London, Cornell universities. These are all expected to open doors in Saudi Arabia for jobs, ranging somewhere in 2023, 2025, plus or minus a year or two now due to COVID. So they are very much on ground, and all the foundation work has been laid into this new private sector as well. So whether working with government or a private hospital, the doctors moving to the Gulf region, obviously you have a lot of questions. Say for instance, what is the attraction of working in Saudi Arabia, when the job market is open for the UK, for the US, etc. So it's the biggest marketplace and availability of job opportunities in comparison with other Middle Eastern countries. And there is a subsequently low cost of living and high saving potential. And I will talk to you about this in the next few slides. You will be working amongst multicultural and multinational teams, and availability of the state-of-the-art technology and equipment means that you will have a robust training and exposure in your work. There's obviously attraction of Makkah and Medina for Muslim candidates. There's an Islamic environment if you want to raise your children over here. There's a very strong and branded employers in private sector like Dr. Suleiman Al Habib Medical Group, in which I am affiliated to with the last 11 years now. We have attractive remuneration packages and additional benefits. There is easy and fast process of visa and license requirement. And in the next few slides, I'm going to take you through the visa process, the benefits of your contracts over here. And of course, there's a peaceful and attractive social life. I myself relocated from London back in 2009. This is 2020, and alhamdulillah, there's no looking back. Okay, so the few questions that young doctors might ask is it hard to get a job in Saudi Arabia? How can I work as a doctor in Saudi Arabia? What healthcare jobs are in demand in Saudi Arabia? Can women work and live alone in Saudi Arabia? That's a very common question that you people ask. How much do the doctors earn in Saudi Arabia? A very practical question. And what's the cost of living in Saudi Arabia? So we'll cover all these questions in the next few slides. Irfan, can you all hear me? And are the slides very clear?
Yes.
Okay. So the application process, like any other country, would begin with your CV, with your experience certificates. Is you are sure to get a job if you have 2 to 3 years of experience in your working country. Your PMDC certificates, your degrees, your passports, and your photographs. So like any other job application, these are the basic requirements. And then how and where to apply? You can apply to institutional HRs. You can go on websites. You can contact the recruiters. So there are about 415 governmental hospitals and 127 private hospitals in Saudi Arabia. 270 of them are under the Ministry of Health. Al Najm International, now I don't have any affiliation with any of these companies or any of the websites that I'm sharing. I don't have any financial gains, so that's my disclaimer. Al Najm International is a big company, big recruiter in Pakistan. They have offices in Lahore and offices in Karachi, and you can reach them out on Facebook, and this is their address in Lahore as well. Now, these are a few websites. You can take a photo of this important slide. It highlights a website for Al Najm. There are also other websites which are bet.com and gulftalent.com. And also our own government of Pakistan has a beoe.gov.pk for foreign jobs. You can look into that as well. It has got some very important information about how not to get conned by any other companies. These are some other important websites for Prometric. This is your exam for Saudi licensing for the Saudi Medical Council. Very important information on that. Also on the data flow, as you all might know, that this is your certificate certification from a company which verifies, and it's the verification process of all your degrees and all your certificates from your country of origin. And also finally, the Saudi Council for Health Sciences website. Again, a lot of information is on that website. They're very proactive, and they have got applications. They've got apps for your smartphones as well, which we're going to talk about in the next few slides. Okay, so the full process is that you would be, once you have applied and once you have been shortlisted, you will be asked for interview with the delegation. In the COVID age this year, the interviews have been on Zoom and Skype. Normally the interviews are in person where a delegate visits Pakistan, and the interviews are held in either Marriott or Movenpick in Karachi. Then you are offered a contract with a salary negotiation. Then the selection process happens. You have to have a medical fitness checkup and a biometric fingerprinting called Basma. All this is happening in Karachi. You don't need to move out of the city. You have to have a police clearance certificate. Then if you are going on a marriage contract or a family contract, you need to have your marriage certificate translation attestation and your kids' school certificate translation and attestation. Your kids' vaccination cards are very important. And then the work visa process where you submit the passport and do a protectorate. Now, the Prometric exam as such, the exam for the Saudi Medical Council, it's not essential for you to pass that exam before you come to the country when you're offered a contract, but it's a good idea that you look into it, and some people prefer to pass that exam before coming over here. So in preparation for your interview, please make sure if it's an online interview that you are dressed smartly, you're ready for the question and answers. We recently interviewed a group of residents and a group of specialist registrar, but the background was a pink background with baby bop in the background. So like not gives a very good idea to the interviewee that you are really serious in getting a job in Saudi Arabia. So be very professional about your background, you know, when you're doing an interview for online. Then again, your attire, stay focused. The questions are very easy questions. Where did you find our advertisement? What do you expect from the job? Where do you see yourself in 5 years from now? If you are on a rota, or if you are if you are on call and you go home post call, would you be able to attend if we tell you that somebody is not on call and you have to come back to work? So they put you, and then they ask you questions related to your own field, like if you are applying as a radiologist or a gynecologist, or you're applying as a surgeon. So there will be a panel which will be asking you specific OSCE based scenarios online or in person as well. Okay, so then document attestation. Now this is somewhere where you take a lot of time and you get confused what documents to get attested from where. So I just made a small slide for you. You need to get your degrees attested by your respective boards. In the Higher Education Commission, then you send it to the HEC. Then it goes to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and from there it goes to Ministry of National Health Services Regulation, and then it goes to Saudi Embassy. So your recruiter back in the country, like Najam International, they will help you with all these things. So you can ask for help, and they take you through of course they charge you minimal fees for that, but they will take you through all the attestation process. Okay, so your work visa process is again through the local recruiting agents. The Saudi Embassy has a zonal office in FTC, Finance and Trade Center, which is behind the JPMC. Then your paperwork goes to the Saudi consulate. There are approved medical examination centers, you know, where you have to go for a medical examination. Check for you and your spouse. Children under 5 are exempted from medical examination. And you have to have a valid passport. So before applying for anything, make sure that all you and your family's passports are valid. And then of course there's a fee. There's a single visa and there's a family visa, and there's a difference between those two. We will talk about that. And you need to have Arabic translation and attestation of your documents, like your wedding certificate, like your children's birth certificate, their school certificate, etc. So make them all ready so that you don't have any last minute surprises that you go for application and then you're told that this thing or that thing is missing. Okay, there are GAMCA medical checkup centers in Karachi. This is the telephone number for them. They are very active on the Facebook as well, so you can take a picture of this slide. So, and then finally, you're leaving the country, there is a thing called protectorate. Your government need to protect your passport, you protect your well-being when you're going out of the country. So if you're a citizen of Pakistan and you are offered a work in another country, you must first have your overseas employment protected by the protectorate immigrants. This is the website email address down below. This is the website address down below. You can click on this link and you have all the information about the office. Their office is, I think, somewhere in PCHS. If you go on the website, they will give you the exact number, telephone number, and the contact. Okay, so now let's talk about the Prometric exam. It's an online exam. It has got 70 questions. Basically it's a 2-hour exam online, either for GP or for your own subspecialty. And there are centers for Prometric exam in Pakistan as well, in Karachi and both in Lahore. Now this MUAANA Plus over here, this is an excellent application for your smartphones that you can upload. And then when you register yourself with the Prometric exam on the MUAANA Plus, then they issue you a number for the Prometric, and you use that number throughout. Now, if you're applying as a resident, you're required to have a 50% pass rate, at least minimum. For specialist and senior specialist, it's a 60% pass rate. And for consultant, you have to have a 70% pass marks. And the total attempt for Prometric are 3. Believe you me, it's a very easy exam. And if you are coming at a later stage in your life, say for instance, if you're applying as a senior specialist or a consultant, it might be that your paperwork is so complete that you might not be required for Prometric in the kingdom. Okay, so the eligibility number for the Saudi Council is given to you once you schedule an exam, once you pay the fee, you take the exam, there's a booking confirmation, take your passport with you on the day of your examination and arrive at least 45 minutes early at the center. Okay, now a very important thing is the data flow. Whenever you arrive in the kingdom, they ask you to get your documents verified. So any of your degrees, any of your work-based experience certificates and everything have to go through the data flow. The data flow has a website. In the end of the presentation, I have given you the links for those websites to go and check for the data flow. It's about 2 to 3 years of your work experience. It costs around 850 Saudi Riyal. Your employer pays for your data flow. For 3 basic documents, one is your education certificate and one is your license. For anybody who has additional degrees, it's an additional 300 Riyal, which you have to pay out of your own pocket. Okay, so once your things are done and your visa is issued and you have accepted the contract and everything, the flights and accommodations are again issued by your employer. So they issue your flight tickets and they reserve an accommodation for you. So so once that is done and you choose your flights and then you arrive in the kingdom, on arrival there will be an airport pickup for you. And there are 2 types of arrivals. One is in the Ministry of Health and one is in the private sector. So for the Ministry of Health, there is an office of Ministry of Health on the airport in case you don't have a pickup arrangement. So everything is very, very well organized over here. And because my previous work experience was from Ireland and from England, so I found it more organized in Saudi Arabia and more friendlier as well. I mean, that's my experience in the last 10 years in this country. Again, you're taken to your accommodation, then the next day you report to work. Your induction week begins at work. You get a hospital-wide orientation. They issue you the hospital ID and code. BLS, the basic life certification, is important for all doctors' jobs in Saudi Arabia. So either they book you for a BLS or it's a good idea that you take BLS in your country of origin before coming in. So it will help you a great deal. Also, if you are applying for an ICU work or if you're applying for a cardiology job, or if you're applying for an OB job, it is mandatory to have an ACLS, ATLS, or an also. So again, there's no need to bring them with you, but it's a good idea if you have them beforehand. But at some point in time within the first year of your work, you will be required to complete these certifications. You'll be integrated in the departmental rota and your Iqama will be processed. Now, as being Muslims, as soon as we land in Saudi Arabia, we want to run to Makkah and Medina. Unfortunately, unless and until you don't have your Iqama or resident permit, you cannot travel. So it takes about a week or 2 to get the Iqama processed. So another way of arrival is through MOH hostels, that's Ministry of Health hostels. You go to the hostel, you submit your passport, you get a stamp photocopy for your record, your passport is sent to your work HR, your medical examination and a hospital letter is given to you. You join the hospital with all the documents and appointment letter. You sign a contract with the mudir in the government sector or local HR if you are in the private sector. You book your Prometric exam date, and when you pass, you get your Saudi medical license. And data flow is done through Saudi Commission, and your employer pays for it. And also very important thing is your malpractice insurance. Again, your employer pays for it. In some hospitals, you have to pay part of your malpractice insurance, but most of the employers cover it already. Okay, your probation and on-site personal practice evaluation, you have a 3-month probation period. Any party can terminate the contract during the probation, and no benefits, you don't receive any benefits in case of termination during probation. You go back to your country of origin. On-site ongoing personal practice evaluation means that on an annual basis, you sit face-to-face with your employer, your head of department, or your dean, and then these evaluations are done. If you fail these evaluations, your job comes into trouble then. Okay, and The one important question is how much are my salaries? So again, for a resident or for a specialist, your salary starts anywhere between 14,400 Rial to a consultant on an average between 39,300 Rial to up to 66,300 Rial. This is for Ministry of Health. For private sectors, the salaries would be a bit more higher and the bonuses would be a bit more higher. And overall, when you get a contract, you get a private health insurance as well for yourself and for your whole family. You get a free accommodation, you get your transport allowance, and you get many other allowances in this country. So it's like a very attractive package for your job that, sometimes the offer is when you say it's an offer that you can't refuse. So it's like that kind of a package. Okay, now life in general, there are very good schools and very good universities. Those people who have children above the ages of 18, there are good universities available in Saudi Arabia as well as in the rest of the Gulf regions. One important thing is that on your work, you are given a school fee for 2 children up to the age of 18 or 3 children up to the age of 18, depending on what contract you're coming for. So your school fee is covered, and hence you get a lot of saving in this country. Again, spousal work, sometimes, if your wives are coming with you, if your husbands are coming with you, they want to work, if you're on the Akama, they can work through your Akama, or they can work separately. There are 2 ways of that. It's out of the context of this presentation. But again, nobody sits idle in this country. Everybody can work. House help, there are so many companies which offer house help. You can get your applications where you can hire maids, you can hire home help, healthcare for your elderly parents, etc., for your small children, etc. Driving, women are driving, men are driving, and this is I found this the most easiest country to obtain the driving license. I've had a driving test in Ireland, I have had a driving test in England, but passing a driving test in Saudi Arabia was a very easy peasy piece of cake. You get a 20 years driving license and you can drive on that license anywhere in the world. Health insurance is free. It's a BUPA health insurance cover, and it covers literally everything, including dental care, except for plastic surgery. So it's a very robust health cover for maternity care if you are a young couple, and for everything for pediatric care, as well as geriatric care. So it's covered by your hospital. Learning Arabic, again, because as we know, Urdu is part Arabic. So when you come over here, if you come in a private sector, you are given an interpreter as a consultant or as a senior specialist. So that interpreter stays with you throughout your learning phase, and then you phase him or her out. In government sector, again, there's a provision of Arabic learning. And then again, in this day and age, when you practice, with the patients and everything, it all becomes very easy. Even for those people for whom language learning does not come easily, it's very easy to grasp basic Arabic. Cost of living in Saudi Arabia, a family of 4, estimated monthly cost is about 11,465 Rial. For the basics, things like entertainment and education and healthcare cover, and everything is already covered by your contract. So you are basically not paying for accommodation, you're not paying for your bills except for water bill. You don't pay for electricity bill if you're living in your hospital accommodation as well. For a single person, estimated monthly cost is 4,826 Rial. Again, this is an average, living cost. More recently, Saudi Arabia has introduced some taxes. So it's about 5% tax at the moment, as opposed to 40 to 60% tax in the UK and Ireland. And the most important thing is that there is now an Iqama fees for your dependents. So like for one junior dependent, the Iqama fees for annual payment would be around 4,500 Riyals. So it's like an annual fee per Akama per dependent. Okay, so again, let's get back to the FAQs. Is it hard to get a job in Saudi Arabia? Answer is no. How can I work as a doctor in Saudi Arabia? We explained you the whole process, and this presentation will be available on recording as well with Dr. Irfan. And what healthcare jobs are in demand in Saudi Arabia? Again, I told you there are so many private healthcare hospitals coming from Europe and America. Each and every faculty, each and every department is in demand at the moment for the next 2 to 3 years. So keep an eye open for all the jobs that are being advertised. Can women work and live alone in Saudi Arabia? Absolutely. I came alone in Saudi Arabia back in 2009, and I have survived very well, alhamdulillah. And yes, the safety in this country is great. I go out for runs early in the morning, late in the evening, on my own, so there's no problem with the safety in this country. Okay, how much does the doctors earn? I just told you. What is the cost of living in Saudi Arabia? I just told you that as well. So again, there's about a need for about 10,000 doctors by 2021. And with the Vision 2030 in the kingdom, again, a lot of new specialties, a lot of new hospitals are building up, and keep an eye open for any job demands in this region. Now, a question is then who gets rejected? So again, I mean, if you make very silly mistakes, like, I mean, your paperwork is not complete, or your data flow gets into trouble with some falsification on your certificates, or you do not answer very well in your interview. So very basics, like, I mean, there's hardly any reason for you to get rejected in the interview. I work for Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib Medical Group. We are a very busy hospital system. We have about 13 hospitals in the whole kingdom, and in Dubai and in Bahrain. We are busy in OB-GYN. We do about 13,000 deliveries in one of the hospitals that I'm affiliated with. These are some of our hospital buildings in Riyadh. So you can understand how busy healthcare work is, and it's state of the art. I came from the UK, I came from Ireland, and I was very impressed when I started work over here. So good luck for all of you who are looking for a career as a doctor in Saudi Arabia. And thank you very much, Irfan and Zinat and Rahat and everybody who has organized this. This is my email address, and thank you very much. Assalamu alaikum.
Thank you so much, Dr. Shazia. And I'm sure you will have some questions for Dr. Shazia and other speakers. Please, we have an email address on each speaker on the slides. And also, if you have, you can ask a question in the chat room, and also you can ask a question at the email us at askjsmuana@gmail. We are recording this presentation, and we will be upload on JSMU website and JSMUAANA website, and also we are streaming at Facebook, JSMUAANA Facebook. So search for JSMUAANA, and then you need to be accepted, like it's a closed group, and we will accept you, and you can able to see the live streaming. We will go for the next presentation. There's presentation from Dr. Khalid Sarwar Khan from the island. They're going to talk about opportunities in the island. And I will run his, he have a difficulty to connect his computer and do the presentation from his computer. So I will run his presentation and he will give a talk. Dr. Khalid Sarwar.
Thanks very much, Irfan. Hello, everybody. Unfortunately, I have to come in emergency in Pakistan. That's why I requested Irfan to run this for me. I'm doing from my mobile phone. I hope it go all right. And as you know, I'm working in Ireland as a consultant orthopedics, and my specialty is mainly lower limb arthroplasty and foot and ankle. I also look after pediatric orthopedic services in my hospital. And I'm also happen to be president of an organization called Irish Pakistani Professional Association. This is one of its kind that it has mostly doctors, but also include ICT, accountants, solicitors, and other professionals to bring a different platform for all Pakistani origin people living in Ireland. And we are in close contact with different organizations and working towards this. Coming to the next slide, can you share the screen, please?
Give me
Irfan?
a second. Yeah.
While you're waiting, it's a very good talk, Shazia Maqsood, Dr. Shazia Maqsood, and I'm glad you've been in Ireland and UK, so you know about the systems there. So
thank you, Doc.
Thanks. So now, before we go, I know some of you have worked there, familiar with the Ireland, England, and the geography, but most of the people, including myself, when I was in Pakistan, I have no clue about what's the island, what's England, or what's the difference between them. Before we proceed, I would like to acknowledge a few of my colleagues and friends. Next slide, please. And as you said, I had to come in an emergency. I had to request my friends, and they were sending me some information by text or different things, which I made up the slide when I reached Pakistan. So Dr. Jaber Nagaria, Dr. Mustafa Mahmood, Dr. Abdul Rauf, Mr. Zubair Siddiqui, and my son Saad Khan. Next slide, please. So Ireland is in northwest of Europe, and it's bounded by Atlantic Ocean on one side and Irish Sea on the other side. You will see in a minute. And its capital is Dublin. And you just mind it, Belfast is the capital of Northern Ireland. It's not the capital of Ireland. Belfast is in Northern Ireland, which is a part of UK. Dublin is the capital of Ireland, Republic of Ireland. And the big cities in Ireland are Cork, Galway, Limerick, and Waterford. Next slide, please. This is just to give you a snapshot where Ireland is located in Europe. It's the last country in this Europe. You can see there's Atlantic, and the green is UK. So we are very close in everything, in location and in communication, in working relation as well. So after that, this is the reason why at the Great Famine, a lot of Irish people have taken the boats and went to US. And that's why a good number of population who survived this Atlantic Ocean, they are living in America, and there are a good number of Irish population there. Next slide, please. If you look at Ireland very closely, England and Ireland, you can see how close they are. And the orange part is a part of Northern Ireland, which is a part under England. And Ireland itself has got different, on the Irish Sea side, on the south side is Dublin. You see on the south side is Dublin, and on the east side is Dublin, south side is Cork and Waterford, and west side towards the Atlantic is Galway and Limerick in the middle. So these are bigger cities which are all around at the periphery except the Limerick. Next slide, please. I'm trying to keep the mood little light and just because there are dry slides coming. So just have a look at the good pictures of Ireland. We talk about more the dry subject then. So these are a few pictures of Dublin itself. You can see the top left. This is Samuel Beckett Bridge, recently built a few years ago, and there's a convention center with a little tilted can. And the other pictures, nice picture, and you see the O'Connell Street on the right side, which is claimed to be the widest street in Europe, and also the Phoenix Park in Dublin, which is the largest city park, which is in the city, and I happen to live very close to this park. Next slide, please. Next slide, please. Thanks. And I'm taking you towards to my hospital now. My hospital is about 30 minutes away from the airport, and that's my hospital. And now we come to the topic. Hope we are just change of mood from Asia to Europe now. So just next slide, please. So when we talk about career options for doctors, I wouldn't be going, I noticed there's a different style of options, recruitment, and other things, yes, but we mainly focus, where I'm focusing is on the junior doctors and how they can get in the system and how they can get in training or service jobs. The rest, whatever the visa requirement, whatever the accommodation, I think they just go with the flow in the site. It's not a big hassle from that point of view. It automatically works, so I wouldn't touch on that. So I'll be discussing on the medical council registration process and training options for the doctors, specialist registrar to be consultant, and some service jobs and some students option for electives and few other stuff. Next slide, please. So registration with Irish Medical Council is very important. You cannot work in Ireland without registration, as in any country. And there are two options. One is for European Union or European Economic Area. And this is comparatively straightforward for the graduates or doctors from that country. We just have to supply their documents, and then comply with the EU directive, and then good standing certificate for the last 5 years. Different from the, next slide please, different for the non-EU areas, in which the documentation will be verified through electronic portfolio of international credentials. This is EPIC. This is a newer system. It used to be before the medical council used to verify. Now the doctors have to go on that, register, and their document verified themselves. automatically, and this is being run by Education Commission for Foreign Medical Graduate. I'm sure those working in US are familiar with this term. I know as a student, I was trying to do this exam. It's called USMLE now. And after document verification, they can apply for the registration with the Irish Medical Council. Next slide, please. There are different routes for registration, and this is important just to know. And there's an exam called pre-registration examination system, or PREX. This is kind of same what we have in different countries like USMLE or Canadian exam or PLAB in UK. And if it's, sorry, there's some mics on. So if press exemption pathway, this is when if you have a house job is as per requirement. If you are a graduate from 2009 onwards, and I didn't put the list of the countries, but there are a list of countries which got exemption. Sorry, can you hear me? Yeah. So if you have any membership or fellowship, you are eligible to apply and you can get registration, but you have to do IELTS. Next slide, please. Then the third pathway is a press that you have to give exam, and there's eligibility criteria if not fitting above the two. Very important point in this to note is internship or house job certificate. The medical council, for some of the other reasons, they have category of medical and allied and surgical and allied 6-month certificate. And with the rotation, they accept up to 3 months of rotation. So don't submit any certificate which is not mentioning medical and allied or a rotation for 3 months or longer. Otherwise, your registration may decline. And once you are eligible for registration, a doctor has 12 months to pay the fee and get registered. Registration does not guarantee a job, and the fee has to be paid to keep the registration running. Next slide, please. Okay, now coming to the, I think I saw a chat box just click on me to training. So training positions. So training position, we have two systems. One is the training system, which is mainly for the Irish Irish trainees, but it can be also open for the foreign trainees. And it used to be in different way with BST and with HST. Now it is called ST system, and BST is equal to ST1, ST2. It's called core specialist training. And to be eligible for a foreign person coming into Ireland, that person has to take a PRAS examination or has completed a membership examination to be on the trainee specialist register. If they get exemption, as I mentioned, in the categories 1 and 2, then they will go on to general division. Then they cannot apply. They have to either take one of these routes to be eligible to apply on this training system. Next slide, please. BSc training is expected to improve the skills and research of experience, as you all know, is a basic training, and complete the membership exam. In fact, for higher surgical training, these membership exam kind of requirement, and not only these requirements, they have to have ideally done some more research work and some MCH or some MS master degrees. There's a scoring system in all these very competitive uptakes, and it goes by a different scoring system. And the people who are applying, they're aware of these system and then work through that through their CV to get those systems. And higher surgical training is becoming more competitive. As you can see, I mentioned 30 to 60% they are in less in number. So no matter you get the BST, it's not a guarantee you will go into higher surgical training. So it's kind of America's surgical dropout system. So few specialties are even more competitive, like radiology or orthopedics or plastic surgery or these kind of dermatology. They are even more competitive. Next slide, please. Now, ST3 is equal to the old registrar 1 level, and this run through from ST3 to ST8. and more or less UK, probably Amir will tell you, that more or less kind of system. It is based on ongoing competency assessment and performance appraisal. It's called CAPA process, and it has been done every 6 months. It's a very, the trainees are on toes and being checked for everything, competency, skill-wise, competency knowledge-wise, their behavior, their conduct, their kind of attitude to be a proper trained consultant. And successful completion of the membership of the Royal College of Surgery in Ireland or a successful specialty interview, these are the requirements. And trainee registrar are called specialist registrar or SPR. Classically, this name is given to them there. Next slide, please. Now again, I've been mentioning audit, poster presentation, original research, relevant courses, they all are very important. And don't expect to get a post until you have tick box all these things. And applicant give preference for the hospital in Ireland. It's a small country. We interview together, and then depending on the merit and the patient, and the candidates' preferences, they are marked in the application. They are posted in different hospitals in the country. For higher surgical training, we try to get them at least 2 years in bigger center and bigger hospitals. Next slide, please. So all specialists have their different curriculum, which they have to do, and assessment, as I mentioned, training courses, wet labs, modalities, and such as intercollegiate surgical training program in Royal College. And its progression is throughout checked and supervised. Next slide, please. Now, after completing the curriculum, there's an intercollegiate specialty board exam, which is compulsory in good number of specialties. It's a very competitive, highly skilled exam, and only 3 attempts are given to the candidates. And if they pass, then they're given the certificate of completion of specialist training called CCST. And after that CCST, they then can apply for the specialist division in medical council, and they are eligible to apply for the position of consultants. Not a guarantee to get the consultant position, but they are eligible to apply. Next slide, please. There are alternate pathways. This might be of interest for some of people outside the Ireland. If some persons have got training outside and they're well qualified, well trained, they don't need to go through HST or BST system. They can provide their documentation and proofs for their experience, and is from that alternate pathway, they apply to medical council, which send their application to relevant royal colleges. We have for surgeons, for physicians, for anesthetists, and there are certain departments which assess their application, and they have their guidance protocols. And if they feel that it fulfills the criteria, they may grant them specialist registration. Next slide, please. Now, after higher surgical training, there are few post-fellowship trainings available, and they are mainly focusing to get highly skilled consultants who can focus on their subspecialties and work in the university hospitals, or some of them may be interested in teaching in academia and can go to the PhD and other routes. Next slide, please. Now, again, this is the responsibility as in all countries, but in this part of the world, it's quite a very, when there's a authority comes, responsibility comes, they play a critical role in all aspects of health, including caring for the patient, training, research, fellowships, managing, teaching, driving the change in the system, professional competencies, committees, social and working groups. So it's mainly they are actively involved in practice of medicine in Ireland, and their input is very important for future of the medicine there. Next slide, please. Service job, as I mentioned, there are different routes. This is the one I talked is more competitive way, or if you want to go a little more at the level of consultant, then there are service jobs available, and it can be available for local as well as foreign graduates, and they are good for people who are coming in this country. There are a lot of, I have recruited many doctors from Pakistan and rest of the country, and we advise them strongly that should take the job of an SHO to start, so that they can know the system, and then they can plan what they want to do. and they can plan their different ways. They can plan their towards the training post, and they can change, or they can continue to think about going into the more highly trained positions in Ireland or in the rest of the world. So after this, some of the doctors can use as an opportunity to know this system, and then they can go and apply for the UK or Australia or America, which are bigger systems. Next slide, please. Now, this again, they do the training system we have in conjunction with the CPSP, in which the 2-year rotation is offered for CPSP trainees. They are nominated by the CPSP after the interview process. It's a good opportunity, and in this way they can know the system, they have experience, and they have some referees in Ireland, and they go back to Pakistan and they complete their FCPS, and they are eligible to apply back after 2 years in Ireland, and from there on they can take on whatever way they can move on. Next slide, please. The academia and research is an opportunity in Ireland as well. They have some of the these research-based qualification of PhDs available in bioinformatics, machine learning, artificial intelligence, genomics, and gerontology. Next slide, please. For students, we do take electives rotations, but unfortunately due to COVID, at present is not at hold. But normally, if the consultant or the department, they accept a student, the student can then apply to HR through an acceptance letters, and we just take them for a period, whatever agreed. Next slide, please. Few tips for doctors, especially I'm focusing my talk on the junior doctors. I presume the seniors have wide experience, they know. If the doctor want to come in any system, any foreign system, we want a safe doctor. We know when to ask for help. You are open to learning. You're a team player. Communication skill is not only talking or verbal communication. There are different types of communication skills you should be aware, and you should try to accommodate on those things. And you should be focusing on your research, publish papers, try to pass exams at the right time. And work-life balance is very important in this part of the world, that we try to balance the things, and that is important. Next slide, please. I just give you an example for people who want to come. This is a few slides I've taken from my training with the sports CCST. He's an emergency department, going to be consultant soon. Next slide, please. If you look, next slide, please. Thanks. If you look at this from 2014 to 2016, he has presented 7 audits, 3 publications, 4 posters, 1 project weekly. He's involved in the weekly teaching and all this, and he's had a successful interview in 2016. So next slide, please. And during this process, this is very important, that if you look at this, the money spent is 17,000 to 20,000 on these courses and improving his CV. He went for no international holidays, no trips to Pakistan, and did a lot of clinical work, non-clinical work, which is academia, improving his CVs or whatever. And that's how he got into the system. But ultimately, it's a very hard work you have to go through, but ultimately you may reach the goal. Next slide, please. I'll just, this take-home message from this my trainee slide, I'm just giving you is spend money on your CV, gain your consultant trust. Your nurses are your reference, be kind, tick all the boxes, delete all the negatives. Where there's a will, there's a way. There's no stopping if you are the best. Thanks very much. These are some links you can share. And as I said, I focused on mainly how you get in, how you can get training or a service job.
Hi, thank you very much. This is really a great presentation, and I must say I agree with you, where there's a will and there's a way. So I second that, and hard work always pays in the end.
Thank you.
Who's Nahmana? Who's the next?
Yes. Yeah, I'm setting up.
Thank you.
And while you're setting up, Zenith, were you successful in streaming? Because I
I
tried to share.
with my cell phone onto my Facebook page, and I think I've added you so people can go on your Facebook page and should be able to attend, through. So I've tried to tag everybody that I know through it.
Mhm.
So if
I am streaming it in JSMUAANA faculty group as well. So I have not heard any responses about it, whether we were successful or not. We
I'm
didn't
still,
expect it is going to fill
done.
this quickly.
Yeah, when it's done, then I will put it open. I will put it on different groups, so you'll be able to have access.
Mhm. And students and young physicians, please keep sending your questions on email as well, just not on chat. So if they're answered, good, but otherwise, if you send them by email as well, then we should be able to get it answered.
Thank you. And our next speaker is Dr. Amir Birney. He's going to talk about opportunities in the UK, United Kingdom. And we are a little bit behind and try to catch up the time. So Dr. Amir Birney, please.
Well, thank you very much, Irfan. I hope you can see my screen and the slide on it.
Yes.
Yes, we can. Thank you. Bismillah. Assalamu alaikum. Good evening, morning, and afternoon, and wherever you are. And masal al-khair to Dr. Shazi Maqsood in Saudi Arabia. My name is Amir Birney. I'm based in the UK, as Irfan very kindly said. I will be talking about opportunities and also giving you an overview of life in the UK. It's a slightly different flavor. Also, that I'm mindful of. We have some medical students also listening in, so I'm hoping that some of this content will be useful to them. So moving forward, just a little bit of my background. So I am by training, I was an orthopedic surgeon, interest in sports and exercise medicine, but now I'm working as a full-time academic, having done a master's in medical education as well, and now working with Sheffield Medical School as their co-director of studies, a senior university lecturer, and then academic lead for clinical skills. But I do other things as well, as you can see, teach and train on the PG cert, but also I'm the clinical and education supervisor for the academic foundation doctors who do their med-ed rotation in Sheffield, South Yorkshire. I'm also the president of OPPE, a sister organization with IPP, as we know, in the UK and Europe. So we are one of the largest, fastest growing organizations in Northern Europe. So it's a pleasure to be here talking on behalf of the organization as well.
Sorry, Amit, for the interruption. We cannot able to see your video. Please turn on your video.
You can't see my video.
Meaning your face, we can't see your.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. I'm not sure why that has happened because it's fine from my end. You want me to check something on my on my iPad before I?
Go ahead. You can continue with that. Your presentation. We'll try to figure it out. Not sure why.
Can you check your video is on? Are you? Dr. Amir, are you there?
Yes, Dr. Birney, your video is off. I asked you again to start and share video.
Right now, we have a capacity of 100 people for this presentation, but all the recording of this presentation is going to be available at our website, which is jsmuana.net. And also we will post it on our Facebook page, JSMUAANA, and JSMUAANA First.
Is Dr. Amber Bernie
Do you want to
disconnected
go
or?
ahead and start the next presentation then?
Yeah, I think Amir Barni is dropped, so I think we can go for the next one, and when he come back, then we can put him.
Sure.
Dr. Abia is there?
I know that.
Yes, our next speaker is from UAE. Dr. Amna Banu Jamali, are you there?
She might be mute.
Yeah. No, she's not there. She has dropped too.
I know Elizabeth is there. Elizabeth Ingram.
I am here.
Okay, Elizabeth, welcome, and you can start it.
Great.
Please check it.
Let's put your slides on. Elizabeth, it's so good to see you, and it's always a pleasure to for you to come and give a presentation of the ECFMG guidelines and how the IMGs can get access into the USA medical residency program, which is always an interesting thing that we all went through. And it's a pleasure for me to welcome Elizabeth Ingram. She's the Assistant Vice President of Communication External Affairs at ECFMG. And here to you, Elizabeth, thank you so much for coming on a Sunday morning.
Thank you all very much for the invitation. It's always a thrill for me to talk to APNA. I see colleagues new and known. So good morning, good evening, and good afternoon, everybody. I just want to confirm that you all can see my slides. I can't see them at the moment.
Share, please.
Irfan, aap share kariye.
She can share.
No, she doesn't have it. I told you to
okay.
share it, please.
Give me a second.
So while we're waiting for slides, I just want to commend APNA, all the local chapters and national, for continuing these young physician guidance seminars. I think communication is very, very important at this time of disruption and change, and I think APNA has done a great job, and it continues to be a privilege. So ECFMG is the entity that evaluates international medical graduates who wish to enter accredited residency or fellowship programs in the United States. We were founded in 1956, issued the first ECFMG certificates in 1958, and have performed this role continuously for nearly 70 years now. We are the only organization in the United States that performs this function. And when the slides come up, I'll talk a little bit about certification as part of my talk. I can go ahead and share slides from my end if that would be easier.
Yes, if you could, please. Thank you.
Sure.
Perfect. We can see them.
Great. Super. Okay. So again, good morning, everybody. I'm going to spend just a few minutes today covering a couple of topics as a break from all this great information about getting positions in other parts of the world. I want to spend just a couple minutes talking about the importance of IMGs in the U.S. physician workforce, some of the challenges from ECFMG FAMER perspective of the pandemic, which is now...
Can you just make your slides bigger?
Let's see.
The bottom, the full screen.
Sure, hold on.
With the bottom tab.
At the bottom, there's a...
Yes.
Yeah, right there. This is...
The one next.
Am I looking on the Zoom? menu or the
No, no,
PowerPoint menu?
the PowerPoint menu where your arrow is, bring it down. And then make it to the right at the very corner.
Yeah, next to the volume,
Not
next
this
to the
one.
volume, a little
Before,
bit more left. No, left. Yeah, this is one more step, one more left, one more left.
Yeah, this one. Yeah.
No, next. Yeah, this one. Click this. Perfect.
Great. So I'm going to go back a little bit. Thanks for the assistance. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about two of the programs that our audience should be most familiar with if you're pursuing U.S. graduate medical education in the United States, and a couple of ECFMG FAMR resources. So IMGs in the U.S. physician workforce. International medical graduates, that is those physicians who received their medical degree or qualification from a school outside the United States and Canada, play a huge role in the U.S. medical education and healthcare systems. Of all active physicians in the United States, and as of the end of 2018, there were just over 1 million. A full 25% or 1/4 are international medical graduates. And of those, 3/4 are foreign nationals. That is not US citizens at the time that they entered medical school. The countries from which international medical graduates come to train and some ultimately to practice in the United States have remained fairly stable over time. India has been our top sending country, graduates of medical schools in India for some time. Pakistan is always in our top 5, and you can see from this slide that that number of graduates of Pakistani medical schools who are pursuing certification and are in the US physician workforce has been rising over time, over the past decade. Specifically drilling down to Pakistani physicians, there are nearly 15,000 in the US physician workforce. And as I noted, that's an increase over the past decade of about 32%. 2/3 of those are male, 13% of those are in residency programs, and really important for the US healthcare system, 43% are in primary care specialties, our frontline care providers. So the contributions of IMGs are enormous. They ensure that we have an adequate physician workforce in this country, a country where we do not educate and train enough physicians for our own population needs. They serve more commonly in underserved areas than their US graduate counterparts. They make greater contributions to primary care. The US population is becoming more diverse, so they add much needed diversity to our physician workforce. And they bring unique international perspectives to both the clinical learning environment and the practice environment that follows. From the perspective of ECFMG FAMR, and I know we'll hear a little bit more about this today, or we have heard, challenges of COVID-19, I think, have been very significant for international medical graduates. There's been the suspension of USMLE testing, and for Step 2 CS, that suspension continues on a longer term basis. The Step 2 CS exam was suspended in March by the USMLE program, and we do not yet have a date for the reinstatement of that examination. There have been immigration changes related to the pandemic to try to stop the flow of the virus. Travel restrictions have been very prohibitive at times, and many others. But in spite of these, ECFMG has remained committed to the continuity of certification. We want to ensure that qualified IMGs are able to continue to pursue ECFMG certification for those who certified and matched, that they're able to get here and successfully join their programs. There we go. So I'm going to talk quickly about 2 of these programs. ECFMG certification. ECFMG in recent years certifies about 9,500 IMGs from around the world. Last year, the last full year for which we have data, 6.3% of those were citizens of Pakistan. ARIS Support Services. ARIS is, of course, the designated dean's office for international medical graduates who are pursuing residency and fellowship programs. J1 visa sponsorship, very important program. We're sponsoring, this number's a bit out of date, closer to 12,000 physicians in US training programs. Currently, these physicians serve in nearly every US state and territory in a whole variety, more than 50 medical specialties and subspecialties. And nearly 10% of those are citizens of Pakistan. Finally, our certification verification service allows an IMG to demonstrate that they're certified by ECFMG, and this primary source verification may be required to be given to your residency or fellowship program if you obtain a position, to a state licensing board at some point, to a credentialing organization for employment purposes. So that does serve as primary source confirmation. As I mentioned, the ECFMG certification program has operated for nearly 70 years. Over the course of time, the examination requirements have changed and the exams that meet those requirements have changed. And this past year has been no exception. With the suspension of USMLE Step 2 CS, ECFMG developed new mechanisms called the pathways to allow qualified IMGs to meet the clinical skills and English language proficiency requirements for ECFMG certification and therefore be eligible to participate in the match. Those two requirements, clinical skills and English language proficiency, have been part of the ECFMG certification program since its inception in one form or another. So for the 2021 match, there are 5 pathways. If you have not passed USMLE Step 2 CS and you need to fulfill those clinical skills and English language requirements, there are 5 pathways through which you can do that. And I'm not going to go through those in detail. There is quite a bit of information on the ECFMG website. That's where I'll refer you. But regardless of which pathway you pursue, there's the English language proficiency assessment that is currently fulfilled by taking OET medicine. Your certificate, if you're certified based on a pathway, is subject to expiration for the purpose of entry into USGME. These pathways were developed specifically for the 2021 match to allow continuity of pursuit of certification. So those who don't enter in 2021, they will expire. There are general eligibility requirements for all pathways, specific eligibility requirements for each pathway, and there is an exception process for extraordinary circumstances. As I mentioned, OET English is the mechanism for fulfilling the English language proficiency requirement for those who pursue a pathway. And that individuals must test in 2020, that is before the end of this month, in order for their score to be eligible to be joined to their pathway application at ECFMG and reportable in time for the rank order list deadline for the 2021 match. This information that I'm presenting is available in detail on the ECFMG website. I would encourage you to peruse that information if you're already engaged in the process and pursuing based on a pathway rather than a USMLE Step 2 CS pass. I'm sure you're very familiar with this. We are, for those of you who may not be successful in matching this year or are listening and planning to participate in the 2022 match for the first time, we are currently developing those requirements for the 2022 match and hope to have those published very soon. So please stay tuned. ECFMG J1 visa sponsorship. The J1 visa is the most common visa classification used by foreign national physicians to participate in U.S. graduate medical education. If you're not a U.S. citizen or U.S. permanent resident, you will need an appropriate visa status to enter the United States and to participate in your program. The other common visa status is the H-1B. So ECFMG is the sole sponsor designated by the U.S. Department of State for J1 visa sponsorship. So that means we sponsor all foreign national physicians in U.S. clinical training programs. And the demand for the J1 visa has been going up consistently, up about 62% over the past decade. So it remains a really robust option for obtaining an appropriate visa status for GME. So for the Pakistani physicians that we sponsored in 2019 for the J1 visa, here are some the top 10 states where they're training. New York has traditionally by far been the most popular state for Pakistani physicians, but Michigan, Pennsylvania, Texas, Illinois, New Jersey, and you can see the list there on the left. It is noteworthy that many of these states are states that currently or in the past have been hit hardest by the pandemic. So physicians who are in J1 visa status are contributing to the COVID response in these states. So there have been many challenges, as I mentioned earlier. COVID-19 has presented travel restrictions, but the immigration challenges have been constant and ongoing. And in order to advocate for J1 physicians and for IMGs, we have had an ongoing dialogue with the U.S. Department of State pretty much throughout this whole year since Match Day of 2020. And we've also advocated with national and local media. I think we've had 30 or 35 media placements to educate the community, the public, and the broader community in medical education about the importance of IMGs and the importance of them continuing to be able to serve in U.S. graduate medical education, to train here and to bring their skills here. We've also collaborated with a lot of other U.S. organizations involved in medical education and licensure to address some of these things. And we have really ramped up our communication with a number of stakeholders, including designated institutional officials and program directors in U.S. graduate medical education so that they're clear on the challenges that international medical graduates have been facing, what those solutions are, and what applicants will look like in the 2021 applicant pool. So we've had some very good results with this, and we're very pleased that we were able to facilitate the resumption of visa processing and visa appointments for newly matched physicians, that is those physicians who matched in 2020, and we were able to effect that earlier this year. We got some concessions, some flexibility decisions from regarding the statement of need, which is that piece of the J1 visa sponsorship application that comes from the home country government. Issuance of social security numbers may seem like a small thing, but these physicians who managed to arrive, the field offices for social security issuance were closed, and so we raised that issue, and J1 physicians were able to apply and get social security numbers under a dire need provision, which allowed them to begin their programs. And we're happy to say that the majority of J1 physicians arrived on time to begin their 2020 training programs, July 1, 2020 or thereabouts. 98% of initial Js arrived, which is comparable to past years. So we're just thrilled about the results of our efforts. A couple of resources that I'll mention if you're pursuing ECFMG certification, U.S. graduate medical education, please subscribe to our COVID-19 newsletter. This is a newsletter that we launched in early April to highlight the challenges, our efforts, solutions, process, and to educate about what the challenges for IMGs are, what the solutions for IMGs are, and basically to let everybody know how things are progressing for this year. We've done about 16 issues, and you can subscribe on the ECFMG website. The ECFMG Reporter has been around for about 20 years, but it is a good resource. It is an as-needed publication. We do not share any email addresses with third parties. It really is just to push the word out about news, policy updates, deadlines, things that are important to IMGs who are pursuing U.S. graduate medical education. Social media, of course, many Pakistani physicians in the U.S. follow us from the U.S., but Pakistan is always one of our top following countries. We do have 2 Twitter handles. If you are interested in ECFMG J1 visa sponsorship, you may want to follow us on our J1 Twitter. And I also want to highlight our blog on J1 Physicians. This is a blog for and about J1 physicians. Contributors are J1 physicians and also their training programs. And there are some really excellent stories there from J1 physicians recently reflecting on their roles and the challenges and their contributions in dealing with the pandemic. So that's just a few of our highlights. I know we're short on time. I am going to stop there and turn it back over. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much, Liz. And again, we have a question and answer session at the end of the conference. And also you can ask questions to our Gmail, like askjsmuana@gmail.com. And also you can ask the questions at chat room, and speaker can giving you answer at the chat room too. So next speaker.
Elizabeth, would you be able to stay till the end of the program, please?
Yes, I will.
Thank you.
Okay, so next speaker, Dr. Amir Birni, he connected to us again. So Amir Birni, please share your slides.
Okay, yes, I will share my slides. hope you can see the,
Yes.
and you
Perfect.
can see me as well on the video. Fantastic. All right, so we'll start again. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. I apologize. There's an internet drop on our end in my city, but trust technology not to work when you need it the most at times. So, Assalamu alaikum, good morning, good evening, and good afternoon to all of my friends across the world. I'm going to talk about career opportunities in the United Kingdom. My name is Dr. Amir Birani. I am also the president of an organization called the Association of Pakistani Physicians of Northern Europe. And from my background point of view, I was trained in orthopedics and sports and exercise medicine, and I worked in those specialties, but then I chose to go into academia, and I became a director of studies for Sheffield Medical School, and also their academic lead for clinical skills, and also as a senior university teacher. But I do also take part in a lot of medical education activities, and currently also supervise foundation doctors who are taking the medical education rotation in South Yorkshire. So I will try and divide my presentation into a few areas. Some of my esteemed colleagues have already spoken at great length about training and in other parts of the world. I will try and give you a flavor of what the UK is all about, what opportunities are available. And certainly I would like to give some advice to our medical students and to our junior doctors who are listening in about application processes and curriculum vitae, and some tips about where things can go wrong, and hopefully they won't for you. And I shall be sharing some resources. I hope my sound is all right. So the first thing you decide is why come to the UK. So it's a very important decision, whether you're basing it on the fact that you want to train in this country and live in this country, or would you like to go back to your parent country, Pakistan in this case, and work there in future. Also, some people migrate as families, or some people will marry into families and come to the UK. So it's a very big decision. And once you've decided you want to come to the UK, you really want to think how I want to best prepare. So I will talk about preparation in terms of, not just in terms of academic preparations or exam preparation, but also what other preps you might need. You need the information, whether it's from the GMC, which is the governing body, the General Medical Council in the UK, or visa or other immigration rules information from gov.uk, which is again the Home Office information. So you need to be really well prepared, and you should have that information in your kitty before you start to decide. And then finally, the logistics of when you do reach to UK, where will you live, accommodation, travel, food, other things also do impact on your personal life as well. So I will try and talk about the logistics as well. So the first thing you have to do, that you should know, that if you want to apply for registration with a license to practice to undertake clinical work in UK, you need to be registered with the General Medical Council. I'm not going to talk in great detail about what these organizations do. There is a lot of information on their websites, so I'm going to share those resources with you. So if you do go to the General Medical Council website, they have an excellent FAQ section, and they literally have pages after pages about telling you about provision registration, full registration, specialist registration, and GP registration in this country. So depending on what level of registration you would be looking for, it would be, I think, best for you to visit the website. Also, it's quite important that you're very well aware about the visa and the immigration rules. I know people talk to each other, there's friends, family who will guide you, but I think when you are planning to make this decision to come to the UK, you must look at this website. There are two websites. One is the government website, the top one, but then there's also one from the healthcare worker visa perspective, and this also comes from the gov.uk website. These are very good websites, and there are a number of questions which could be answered there as well in terms of visas and what type of visas you've got. A tier 2 visas, what's a tier 2, what's a tier 3 or a tier 4 visa, for example. But before you actually start to sit for or prepare for the exam, the PLAB assessment as you call it, you must have already, as you know, successfully completed either the IELTS exam, the IELTS, or the Occupation English Test, OET. And again, they have, if you look at their websites, if you haven't already done so, I would recommend. I think they're very, very good websites. Both of them literally answer every question we have to ask about either the IELTS in terms of the requirement in this country, or in terms of what percentage or what scores you need to have on either test, and also information about test centers. The PLAB, or the Linguistic Assessment Board exam, is a very important exam, because that is what gets you into this country. I would suggest that you look at both of those websites as well, But basically the PLAB, as you know, is divided into PLAB 1 and PLAB 2, so part 1 or part 2. So the part 1 you can give outside the UK, but part 2 you have to come to the UK to give. Part 1 is based on a multiple choice exam system, whereas part 2 is based on a OSCE type exam. You have a number of stations where you have to go and demonstrate clinical competence, communication skills, etc. So again, visiting the link I've given there should give you a very good idea about what the PLAB exam itself is, part 1 PLAB exam, part 2 PLAB exam, and then what you do. But before you do all of those, you have to then first register with the GMC online, because then they will evaluate your documents, for example, and make sure you have the right documents for the exams to sit in. So as I said, there are routes to work in the UK. They are the PLAB exam. So once you finish your internship, you can come and give the PLAB exam here and then start working once you got full registration with a license to practice in the UK. There's also the medical training initiative, and I've shared the link there with you, where if you have the intention to come and train in the UK for a period of 2 years, you can work, for example, with certain specialties. You can train in those specialties, and after 2 years, you can go back to Pakistan. And the College of Physicians of Pakistan, or Surgeons of Pakistan, is leading on this program. So again, I would advise you that if you are looking for MTI programs, do liaise with the CPSP in Pakistan, and also look at the link I've provided. Or you can go for a sponsorship in a specialty. If you have the information on also the knowledge and the skills, then you could work with some links in the UK, and this could also be sponsored and into a particular specialty. And once again, I have shared a specialty training, higher health education England website link for you for the information you can get from there. So one thing I must tell you, that once you're registered with the GMC with the license to practice, that does not guarantee employment. You still have to find a job for yourself, and that comes through the application process of writing and applying to various trusts in the hospital or through other governing bodies. But the 3 main areas you can apply for is primary care or family medicine, as you might know it, or GP practice in this country. And again, there's a link which is the National GP Recruitment Program, and it's an excellent link. I would suggest that you, in your due course of time and you have free time, if you are interested in family medicine, to look at those links, and there's a very good FAQ section there as well. Secondary care is all about acute medicine and its allied specialties, acute surgical and its allied specialties, but also think of emergency medicine, psychiatry, geriatric medicine, and other areas requiring people to come from abroad and work in those areas. Again, there are 2 links. One is for surgery, the top one, and then the other one is for core medical training. Gives you a very good idea about how the system works. It's similar to Ireland, as Khalid was saying earlier. So you have to do your foundation training program for 2 years, then you do a core training program for 2 years, and then you either apply as a specialty trainee 3, or you might apply in a run-through program, so from ST1 all the way up, depending on whether it's a year 7 program or 8 years program. But there are also some academic positions, for example, in public health, which may require you to be registered with the GMC, but they may not require you to have a license to practice. So again, if that is something you might be thinking of, it's worth this while to look at those opportunities. Just to focus on surgical and allied specialties, things have become much better, actually. The competition ratios have improved. Previously, 10, 15 years ago, it must have been quite tough to get into specialties, but over the last 10, 15 years, much better opportunities are there. It is still quite tough, but it's not impossible. So as long as your preparation is up to the point and in that direction, it is not impossible. So don't think that surgical specialties are difficult to get into. There's also the Women in Surgery program for my colleagues, female colleagues who are interested in a surgical career. This is a mentorship program run by the Royal College of Surgeons of England, overseen by female surgeons in the United Kingdom. So again, for female colleagues in surgery, do think about the specialty as well. I would like to give you some tips and advice. This is collected from my colleagues, those who are interviewing people, those who have a lot of experience of working in this country, and those who are actually sitting in panels when they interview. And again, sort of going back in circles, but I'm sure you would notice that research and audit, CME activities, publications, workshops are extremely important, and also building your communication and language skills are quite important. Quite often the question is asked about gaps in CV and what to do in terms of CV build-up. And I will try and give you some tips about what you can do in terms of building your CV. So a very often asked question is, what if there's a gap in my career? And we say, there is no problem. People will have gaps in their careers, and it could be a maternity leave or a sabbatical, or you might decide to travel for a year, as some doctors do in this country. As long as you're giving a correct reason and explanation why you have a gap, there is no mismatch of dates. And also the dates correlate, it should be fine. So do not worry about gaps. What you have to be is to be absolutely honest and open about your application process. Make sure that all your dates and all your certificates are absolutely correct. You must also have supporting information which must be relevant to the job. So if you're applying for a job which is, let's say, in breast surgery, for example, then having up your general surgical supporting information may not be that useful. So you might want to tailor your supporting information to that particular job. So be careful with copying and pasting the same narrative for each of those jobs. Ensure there are no spelling or grammatical errors. And for those who are the eagle-eyed, I'm sure you've noticed that I have deliberately spelled errors wrong. And it just goes to show that sometimes when we are reading the same application again and again, our eyes get tired and we do not pick up these spelling mistakes. So ask a colleague or a senior colleague to do the correct or proofread your application. Another question is about references. It doesn't matter if it's a local or a international reference or from Pakistan. These are extremely important when you apply for either to the GMC or for a job. You must try and obtain them before you travel to the UK, especially while you are still in Pakistan, because you might know that sometimes it's very difficult to get your supervisors once you've left the country and come to the UK. So always make sure you have your references before you leave the country. If you have worked in the UK doing a clinical attachment or a placement, then those are very handy and you must try and use those as well. Things you must try and avoid is writing references will be provided on request. Ensure that your references are available prior to the job applications. Sometimes people will check your references before the job interview takes place, so make sure those are available beforehand. A bit busy slide, but I won't say a lot here. I will just try and say these are the important bits which we might want to highlight when you're applying for jobs. For example, you must meet the essential criteria for all of those jobs which you apply for. If you're not meeting those essential criteria, your application becomes slightly weaker. So do make sure that you have met the essential criteria. Aim to achieve the desirable criteria. Your personal statement should reflect the job specifications. If you have any experience of audits, please do. Mention them in detail, what audit you did, where you did it, how did it end, did you close the loop of the audit? If you have experience in research, that's fantastic. Not many people will have research experience, but it doesn't matter. If you do have any basic research experience, please share it. Leadership qualities could be anything. This could be you heading a student body, for example, or being captain of your college sports team. It doesn't matter. It is an important bit to highlight in your application. Any extracurricular activities are quite important. If you've done your basic life-saving skills courses or advanced life-saving skills courses, they are quite a nice thing to have in your CV, as well as one of my colleagues was saying earlier. Once you've been called for an interview, I think preparation is key, and professionalism such as punctuality, dress code, is extremely important. As you know, most of these interviews are now happening online. So as Shazi was saying earlier, the background where you sat, how you look at the screen, how you interact with the screen itself is quite difficult. We're all learning to do these things as well, aren't we? So learn those, practice those. I think practice makes it perfect in many cases. Listen to the question being asked and reply with confidence and clarity. If you do not understand the question, always ask the question again. Please ask me to repeat it. If you have done anything good in your work, in your CV, please highlight it, mention it, be positive and proactive about it. Often questions are thrown at you as to what have you learned from the work you have done. Now, these are very open-ended questions, and it's quite difficult to bring them together in about a minute or two. But I think, again, practicing those sort of questions is quite important. Think about team working, what you have done. Leadership, what have you done so far in terms of leadership qualities? How do you make informed decisions in your workplace practices? And how are you with your own communication skills? Highlight your achievements, as I said, both in your CV as well as in your interviews. Clinical scenarios are part of interviews. So they are very basic clinical scenarios. They could be medical scenarios or acute medical scenarios, but they're also ethical scenarios. So again, prepare for those, and they are often asked in an interview. Take advice from your friends who've done these interviews in the UK. And if you wish, you can certainly attend an interview skills course. Again, I will not advertise a skills course. There's so many out there for interviews. So it's your call as to what you might want to do. For our medical students, there is some advice from my end. My advice would be quite similar for junior doctors, that look into audits. You can do them as students. You can attend conferences, whether it's local conferences in your city or whether it's national conferences in Pakistan, or if you can travel abroad, please do attend. But try and attend workshops like basic life-saving skills, suturing, communication skills. Get into charitable work if you can in the hospital. So many of our medical universities have patient welfare associations and societies, drug banks, blood banks. So if you can add that to your CV now as a medical student, it'd be great. Then you don't have to worry about it afterwards. Leadership and sports I've already talked about. They are very good to add to your CV. And most of the interviewers are looking for well-rounded, all-round personalities. They just don't want an academic person. They want somebody who's well-rounded and has other qualities, just not academic achievements as well. Again, this is a very often asked question about clinical placements and electives or attachments in the UK. Yes, they are still ongoing. They have become slightly difficult in terms of getting into or getting attachments in this country, but again, they're still happening. Different trusts will have different policies. You can apply directly to those trusts. You should apply through links in the UK. If you know somebody who's working in the system, you can approach them directly. But there are many junior doctor firms which are very active and helpful when it comes to information and advice regarding clinical placement. So again, you can use your links to get in touch. Many of them are existing on social media as well, and they give you a fairly decent information about clinical placements and electives. You can apply outside the major cities, outside London, Birmingham, Manchester, for example. Go for the smaller cities because you might stand a better chance of getting an attachment or elective in those hospitals. Life in the UK is tough like anywhere else in the world. You know, you've chosen a career which is more like a lifestyle. It's not even a career. It doesn't stop at 9 to 5. You carry on working as well. Don't be after. It can be expensive. So you really have to plan your expenses when you first come to the UK. Think of where you will be living, accommodation. Who with? Are you sharing accommodation? Are you going to live in the hospital or outside the hospital? The distance from the hospital, for example. How will you get to the hospital or do your work? Or can you drive? Bring your international driving license, for example. It's valid for a year, and then you can, as soon as possible, get a local driving license. It's quite important because if you drive, then you can really work much better in this country. If you are moving in with your family, your spouse, your children, for example, to this country, schools are free in this country. State schools are. We have private schools as well, but state schools are free. Health is free. You don't have to pay health surcharge anymore in this country. So again, these are quite important, but especially if you move as a family with your parents as well, you want to make sure they got the right health care as well in this country. A number of resources are there on the slides. I want you to sort of look at them. These are the ones I picked out, I think, which might be very useful to junior doctors and to our medical students in the long run. So do, in your spare time, have a look at these. My organization, I just want to tell you the organization which I head currently, it's a great team organization. We are doing a lot of work for our international medical graduates, including the Pakistani graduates, especially during the COVID pandemic, last 9 months or so. So we've offered a lot of academic and educational support and guidance for job acquisition. We can't give you the job. We can't get you the job, but what we can do is to give you some advice about CV and improving the CV, for example. We've also done this that we have with other sister organizations, remove the health surcharge. If you read about the health surcharge, you will see it used to be a pretty hefty surcharge for people from outside the UK working in the health service, and they had to pay to the government. That does not happen anymore. But we're also working on some of the areas as well, the indefinite leave to remain and adult dependent relative visas, which is about bringing your parents into this country as a family. I must take this opportunity to thank Irfan, Dr. Jinnah Safdar, and the executive committee of JSMUAANA. I thank you on behalf of UPPE for the time and giving us the opportunity. Our contact details are there. The email is there as well. Feel free to get in touch with us. And I hope we can be of some use to you. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amir Bernie.
Dr. Barney, can I ask you just a quick question till we get the next speaker? What is an audit?
Well, audit is looking how the quality assurance processes work within your own system. So it is about asking the question that is something working, yes or no. And
No,
then
but you said that I thought audit was more like an observership or an elective.
No. That is we call it an attachment in this country. So if you come from abroad and you are working as an observer, so you look at how the processes work. The audit itself is a quality assurance process. So you look, for example, I'll give you an example. Let's say people are washing their hands or not when they walk into the ward. Somebody will observe the process and they will count the number of people walking into the wards, either washing their hands using the hand sanitizer or washing hands properly or not. And then they will see where the deficiencies are. Why are people not washing their hands? And they will go back and advise. And once you've done that audit, you can go back and advise the system, and then you can close the loop by doing yet another audit and say after, let's say 6 months, are people washing their hands more? So it's about quality assurance in the workplace.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So we have a question and answer session at the end. And so you can, we are providing each speaker's email address here. You can email, if you have any question, you can email directly, or also you can send a question to the chat, and also you can send a question to the email address askjsmuana@gmail.com. Also, again, reminder, if you want to claim a credit for USA, please email your information here. And if you want to claim your Pakistani CME credit, please email on this email address. You can provide these information on your email, and I know so many presentation have links to, so in this video, you cannot able to click the link. So once you will send an email to us, we will provide you the PDF format of all the presentation. So our next presenter is Amna Jamali. She's gonna talk about opportunities in the UAE. Thank you. You can share that slide, Dr. Amna.
Yes, just wait.
I think it's going very well. I think smoothly, which is really good.
Assalamu alaikum everyone. Just I want to tell you all the people that I had some problem and someone has removed me from the audience. So, and I cannot log in from my original device. I have to log on another device, and I have to swamp the slides. So maybe it can be skipped. And as I know that we are running short of the time, so I'll go quickly, okay? So I'm Amna Jamali from UAE. Assalamu alaikum everyone. And once again that my slides are very dry. So whoever is listening me, just keep thinking of Burj Khalifa and Sheikh Zayed Mosque, so you will not be bored. So I'll tell you, I moved to UAE in 2011 and started job as a specialist. But because this talk is basically mainly it's a career guidance for the fresh graduates and the medical students, so I'll discuss mostly the how to get the job opportunities or residency program or like internship in the UAE. So career options after graduations are 3 types over here. You can apply as a general practitioner, or you can enter into an intern or residency program. But as a general practitioner, you can apply as, from your home country or on UAE visa. But for residency or internship program, you have to be on the resident visa. Yes, already it's will be easier for the female because they can move, and maybe they move with as a spouse after marriage and something like this. So first thing, if you want to apply for the GP-ship, I'll give you the website later on. First thing you should do before anything, you should apply. You should attest your documents with a Bachelor of Medicine consolidated mark sheet and house job and keep ready in your hand. In Pakistan, sorry, the slide is very, just wait. So, so in Pakistan, you have to attest from these documents from the universities, Higher Education Commission Pakistan, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, UAE Embassy, and after that, you have to get attested your documents from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So there are three licensing authorities in UAE. One is DHA, Dubai Health Authority. Other is Ministry of Health. The Ajman Fujairah, based for the Ajman Fujairah, Ras Al Khaimah and Al Quwain, and Health Authority of Abu Dhabi. After getting this license, you can work in the Abu Dhabi and Al Ain. I have to change the slides on two devices. So to apply over here, you have to require 3 years post MBBS experiences, 1 year house job, and additional 2 years clinical experience. The gap between your attachment and the application should not be more than 12 months. And documents required for your application are MBBS degree, 1 year internship certificate. It should be attested as I discussed before. Then minimum 2 years post internship experience as GP in hospital or clinic. And the home country active license, good standing certificate by PMC, and these documents should be verified by the primary source verification data flow group. A recent passport photograph, passport size photograph, and copy of your valid passport. So choose anyone, HAT, DHA or MOH. I'll give you the example. I will take you the DHA pathway just to explain how to proceed. Make an account on DHA portal, then on DHA website. If you are feeling some, if you are facing some problem, there are two calling center chat boxes, Vasal, Sutak, and Latifa. And you can type your query and it will be answered within minutes. Then when you make your account on DHA portal, go to individual home, licensing service, Sharian account, select category as GP, then select self-assessment tool professional account. Upload your all documents. This assessment is free of cost, and the DHA will check whether you are eligible to go proceed further or not. If self-assessment verification is clear, next portal will be open, which is primary source verification by data flow group. Upload your documents over there, pay the fee, data flow fee, and apply for the DHA exam. And simultaneously, you can apply for the DHA exam. No need to wait for the data flow verification report. So DHA exam is a CBT assessment exam, Prometric computer-based exam. 2-3 months preparation is enough, and total exam time is 2 hours 15 minutes. There are 150 scenario-based MCQs, and you can one can attempt the exam from the Pakistan at Prometric Center allocated in the Karachi, Islamabad, Lahore. There are total three attempts are allowed. If you can, God forbid, you cannot clear this exam, you have to take another some clinical training, or get another exam, or get another higher degree. So just if you want to know more detail, just go through these documents, healthcare professional qualification requirement and CBT guidelines. And these are also, I have given some books references. You can take the screenshot, or after that, you can check these slides on websites. So, Mabruk, you have cleared this DHA CBT exam, got eligibility letter. Now, what to do next? After clearing an exam, you will get this eligibility certificate that you can apply for jobs in healthcare facility in Dubai. This is only for the DHA. If you'll apply MOH, you'll get the MOH letter, then you would be able to work in the Northern Emirates. And other Emirates and Gulf countries have their own eligibility criteria and certificates. Once you get the practice license of any of the Emirates after 6 months after 6 months of work experience, you can interchange your license for any other Emirate. The roughly estimated cost of all this process is around 3,000 to 5,000 dirhams. Once you get the eligibility certificate, this certificate will be valid for the 5 years. And if you get registered with any facilities, your license will remain active for 12 months. Get the job within 1 year. Otherwise, you have to take further clinical experiences. Now, you have eligibility letter in your hand. Go through, just search your jobs go through the different websites of different clinics, hospitals, and medical centers. And maybe they got to know that you have a letter in your hand. They will contact you in your country, home country, or if you are in UAE, it will be more easier to get the job if you are personally visiting in the country in the UAE. So for regarding that requirement, BLS is not needed for clinics or medical center. If you're applying for the government setup or the hospital, you need BLS training also. Whenever you get the offer letter, just read carefully every and each line. Read the internal contract. First, they will give you the internal contract. The healthcare facility will give you the internal contract. Read it before signing the offer letter. Whether it is a limited contract or unlimited contract, what is your basic pay, because your gratuity at the end of your contract will depend on your basic pay, duty hours, paid leave, return ticket, malpractice insurance, health insurance, and so on and so forth. And license fees renewal. License renewal fees, whether you have to pay and your facility will pay. There are 2 types of job contracts in UAE, and the probationary period of 6 months is common in every contract. Each party can terminate the contract within 1 day notice period during the probation period. Then there's a limited contract. The employee will bound to complete 2 years. If employee is resigned earlier, have to pay 1.5 months salary. If employer will fire you, they have to pay 3 months salary to you. But in limited contract, employer can ban you for 1 or 2 years to work over here, over any other place in UAE. Another contract which is easier, and it's an unlimited contract. Either party can terminate the contract within 1 or 2 month notice period without any penalty or ban. Oh, now you accepted the offer letter. Next step, sign. So you have to hand over your signed offer letter, eligibility letter, and attested document. But mind you, don't hand over anybody to your original documents, just attested copies. So hand over to your facility, whoever asking you to join their team. Then you will get the temporary license, which is valid for the 3 months. Within 3 months, your employer has to get the permanent license. Then the security clearance process will start. The facility, after getting security clearance, facility will apply for the labor card, medical checkup, fingerprints. Then after that, visa, passport copy, labor card, malpractice insurance, Emirates ID will be submitted to get your permanent license. Some facility ask employee to bear the expenses of the permanent license activation or renewal. Otherwise, all expenses will be borne by the employer, like labor card, medical facility. Again, do not hand over your original documents. Permanent license is valid for 1 year with the name of facility, have to renew every year, needs CME and renewal fee paid either by the employer, as I told you before, or by employer. Should be mentioned. It should be mentioned in the contract. Salary offers are nowadays a little bit less, 8 to 2,000 dirhams, but before they were getting, GPs were getting 18,000 to 20,000 dirhams per month. And after getting the GP license, you can enter into the school health care system also. That's all for GPship. Now we come to the residency pathway. You can get the more information in the mentioned given websites. There are 3 residency, UAE is conducting 3 residency programs. One is in Dubai Residency Training Program, DRTP, Abu Dhabi Residency Training Program, Tanseek, and Al Jalila Specialty Hospital. This is meant for only pediatric residency program, and it is also based, this hospital is based in Dubai. The non-UAE nationals are offered these residencies: general surgery, internal medicine, emergency medicine, pediatric gynecology, and ops. So you'll get the MS degree after completion of the 5 years, and for MD degree, you have to complete 4 years of training. After getting these MS and MD degree, you can directly apply for the specialist category. So eligibility requirement for the residency program, MBBS plus 1 year internship, valid residential visa. Okay. Duration since bachelor and until application to residency training program should not exceed 5 years. A recognized internship program of a minimum 1 year duration, conditionally that the period between bachelor and the internship should not exceed 12 months. Applicant must be graduated from the medical school listed under the WHO organization. Candidates should not be have been out of clinical practice for more than 12 months. There are tests, TOEFL and IELTS, and with the given scores, the attestation of the medical degree, transcripts, and internship certificate for those issued outside the UAE is to be undertaken from UAE Embassy of the issuing country and Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Dubai and Ministry of Education in UAE. Candidate must have a resident visa, should qualify certain criteria. They have to register and clear pre-entry exam. Common first step for all 3 residency programs. Interview systems are different. The next step, the interview system are different for all programs. The visa and the visa expenses will be provided by the facilities conducting the residency program, and you will receive this stipend in Dubai training program, roughly around 10,000. They will give you their 7,000 per month and keep with them 3,000, which they will hand over at the end of the residency. Tanseek means Abu Dhabi. Abu Dhabi is given 12,000 per month during residency, but it's variable. After selection, you can start residency program. They will select you, they will have found you qualify and that you have qualified this residency exams. Then you can, they will start and you will start residency program, and you can apply twice with single MRE exam, the pre and pre-test. If you cannot qualify within 2 attempts, then you have to give the requirements for pre and pre. And first step, like our part 1, FCPS, it's this is called the MRE, the Emirates Medical Residency Entrance Exam. Some few are required, I described earlier. Then you have to do it within 4 years of graduation. They are exams are taken 5 times in a year, from December to March. You can give unlimited attempts, but you have to score, your score should be around 90%. There are 120 questions you have to attempt within the 3 hours, and it's an online exam, but you have to be present physically over there. Now in pandemic setup, there might have changed. So you have to, this exam is conducted in the Al-An. So there are reference books I have mentioned. You can, and the exam preparation for the DHA and the MRE is both. You can give the both exams simultaneously. Now, the MRE qualified candidates now can apply for any of the following residency program. This I have already described. So if you are going to opt the Dubai residency training program, these are the hospitals who are conducting the residency program: the Rashid Hospital, Dubai Hospital, Latifa Hospital, and Al Jalila Children's Hospital. Al Jalila Hospital is only for the pediatric residency program. Okay. So when you will apply for the, you will apply for the residency program and anywhere, then they will check your credentials, and if they found you are qualified, then they will go and give you a call for multiple mini interviews. Okay. These multiple mini interviews they are usually held in the May, once in a year, and at university, UA University at Al-An. There are 7 to 8 stations. Each of the candidate have to stay on each station for 8 to 9 minutes. And the candidate will rotate, has to rotate through all the stations and the scenarios, and read the scenarios and discuss it with the interviews. Exam duration is 3 to 4 hours on a single day, and following are the books you can refer for the exam preparation. And the final list for the successful candidate is announced in the September, and training is start. And if you are lucky enough to get succeeded, then the training is, will start in the October. The total cost depends upon the number of attempts. One attempt costs approximately 1,000 dirhams. So if you have selected for the training program, if you will decline that, then they will not allow you to resume to take another training program. Once you have declined that, then they will not give you the chance for the next academic year. Once gone, gone. Now the Abu Dhabi residency program, Tansif. In Abu Dhabi, the Tawam Hospital, Cleveland Clinic, Abu Dhabi, Sheikh Khalifa Hospital, Medical City, Mafraq Hospital, Zayed Military Hospital, Alan Ambulatory Health Services, and Cornish Hospital conducting the residency program. Here also the pre-entry examination clearances must. So they are just very too much busy slide. I'll just quickly go through it. You have to go to the website to see what is conceived and what is the procedure. So just briefly, I'll tell you the living cost in the UAE because it is quite variable. It depends on your way of living. So, and it's also quite variable from state to state. The Abu Dhabi is most expensive if then the Sharjah, then the other northern Emirates. If you can get the apartment in the Sharjah or Ajman like 30,000 or 40,000 per year. So the same apartment rent will go as high as 100,000 in the Abu Dhabi. So roughly for the expenses, monthly expenses for a single person are 5,000 per month. So you can split like accommodation on sharing basis 1,500 to 2,000. In Dubai, food 1,000 to 1,500, and conveyance expenses 1,000 to 1,500. For family of 4-person, approximately 15,000 to 2,000. And if you are getting a good salary, you can apply spouse visa also. So if someone wants to get the information about the MBBS in UAE, it's a 5 to 6 year course. And in Dubai, Mohammed bin Rashid University of Medicine and Health Sciences, United Arab Emirates University, and Khalifa University are conducting MBBS. In Sharjah, University of Sharjah, Ajman Gulf Medicine University, Ajman University, and Ras Al Khaimah Iraq Medical Science Health Sciences University. Here, all the expenses will be should be borne by the candidate. Even the visit visa, even the visa for the staying in the UAE during the MBBS, the education fee and the living cost, everything has to be borne by the candidate. I have roughly mentioned the fee per annum over there in this slide. So the applicant must be of 17 years of age on at the 31st December of the applying year, and has completed 12 years of schooling, and should study science subjects, minimum get 70% marks in 10+2 subjects. Non-UAE applicant must submit equivalency certificate of their higher school from Ministry of Education, UAE. Then English language proficiency in either of these tests is required. And applicant definitely must be medically fit. And qualification to the university entrance examination followed by a short online interview. Required documents are higher secondary school certificates, the mark sheets, equivalence and language proficiency, score card, character certificate, physical medical fitness, equivalency certificates, passport, birth certificate, passport size. Photographs, the school certificates should be attested by in the home country by the Ministry of Education, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and Embassy. These are the references and website from where you can get more information. These are the whole helping hand who provide me the informations. Thank you. And never, give up.
Thank you so much, Dr. Amna Jamali.
This was very difficult. I have to manipulate with the two devices. So maybe.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. So you can email her if you have any question directly to her. And also, if you have any question, you can also chat on the Zoom chat and also send an email to Ask JSMUAANA. And our next speaker is Abia Sulman, and she's going to talk about the opportunity in Canada. Please share your slides.
Okay, come.
Abia, can you unmute yourself, please?
Yeah, maximize. Perfect.
Hello, I am Dr. Abia Salman, joining in from Vancouver, Canada. My objective today is to present to you all the career options and pathways for international medical graduates and students and physicians who are planning to come to Canada. This presentation will definitely help you make an informed decision for yourself. So let's get started. So the first thing that you need to do if you want to practice medicine or practice as a physician in Canada is to obtain the Canadian PR, that is the permanent residence, or citizenship. So if you're planning on coming here, just start the application process, and you can go to the website canada.ca for all the information about immigration and citizenship there. The first step is to get a Canadian PR. The next is that you need to confirm that your medical school is listed in the World Directory of Medical Schools. You can just go online and search the name of your institution in the World Directory of Medical Schools just to make sure. And next is you need to open an account on physiciansapply.ca. This is the website through which everything happens. Like if you want to apply for residency, if you want to take the exams, the first step is to create an account on this website, physiciansapply.ca. This is the website where you're going to submit all your documents, your medical credentials for verification. They need to do the verification themselves. So you can like your medical degree, your all the certificates, like all the training certificates or whatever you have, your passport, copies of those you need to submit on through this account on this website. Once they're verified, now you are eligible to take the exams. The exams, the Medical Council Canada exams are required for you to work here. Even as a physician, as a clinical assistant, these exams are required. The first exam, like there are 3 exams. The first one is the Medical Council of Canada Qualifying Examination Part 1, and there is a Part 2 as well for this. And then there is a National Assessment Collaboration NAC OSCE examination. This exam, Medical Council Canada Qualifying, the QE1 exam is offered in more than 80 countries all around the world. So you can sit for these exams when you're in Pakistan as well. So after that, the NAC exam is offered only in Canada, so you have to be present here in Canada to take this exam. For more information about these exams, you can visit the website Medical Council of Canada. That is mcc.ca. All the requirements, the eligibility criteria for the examinations are there. Next, once you've arrived in Canada based on your career goals and objectives, you might consider doing any of the following. As I told you, the NAC exam, you can take the exam only when you're in Canada. So you can either take the NAC exam or the MCCQE Part 2 exam. The Part 2 exam is not required for applying for the residency matching service in Canada, but it is a plus. If you have passed this exam, it is a plus point. The two exams required are the QE1 and the NAC examination. Then you may want to join a practice ready assessment program, which I will talk about in a while. Or you would apply to the Canadian Residency Matching Service, which is also known as CARMS. Now let's discuss some of the things about CARMS. The basic requirements for CARMS, basically it varies with the provinces and the program for which you're applying, but the requirements that are common for almost all pregnant provinces, I'm going to discuss them here. First thing, as I told you, you need to be a permanent resident or a Canadian citizen. The next is the exams. The two exams that are required are MCCQE Part 1 and the NAC-OSCE exam. Then there is another exam that is the CASPER. CASPER is actually a computer-based assessment for sampling personal characteristics. It is like, it basically judges you like how well, it's a situational exam where they judge you how well you can work in stressful situations, or are you a team player, you know, skills like that. This exam is for that. You have to take this too. Then you have to have a proof of your English language proficiency, or French is required if you're applying in the province of Quebec. So for English language, you need IELTS with a score of 7 in all the components, or TOEFL with the minimum score of 93 and a score of 24 in the speaking section. So that is the requirement. And you also need references. Of course, you need 3 of them. 3 letter of recommendations are required to apply. Then personal letters, your personal statements, they are an account of your achievements, your talents, interests, and goals. So they should match what you're applying for. They should reflect on that. Then of course, your resume, your CV, MSPR from medical school, medical transcripts. This MSPR is medical school performance report, which is required. This is the CAP. This clinical assessment program is only required in British Columbia, in the province of British Columbia. So I just mentioned it here. The optional exams are the QE2, as I told you. It's a +2 if you've passed this exam. And also the USMLEs, they do, some of the provinces do consider if, like you get an edge if you have passed the USMLEs as well. Next, I want to discuss some factors that increase your chances to match. Of course, your NAC scores, good scores matter, especially for the NAC exam, not for the QE1 as such. The province of British Columbia, they do mention that a good score is required for the application. The QE1 good score is required. The other provinces, the score doesn't matter much. You just need to pass the exam. But the NAC scores, they matter. So you can also take the NAC exam like 2 to 3 times. Even if you have low scores, you can raise your score by taking the exam again, while in QE1, you cannot retake the exam once you've passed it. Then you also need strong references, of course, strong letter of recommendations. They matter. Then strong personal statements, are a plus. Volunteer work not related to medicine, because they want to not just related to medicine, just they want to see how much and overall like what you've done for your community and stuff like that. So volunteer work is important. If you can do volunteer work, go for it. Research experience is definitely a plus. If you can have some research experience, that will definitely help you with your application. And then, of course, good interview skills. You can practice and take courses for that as well. These are the things that will increase your chances. And I just wanted to mention some IMG, the International Medical Graduate Friendly Fields with respect to senior in Canada. Number one is family medicine, then internal medicine, psychiatry, and peds. Then another option, practice-ready assessment programs are there. These are offered in 7 provinces, and they are for international physicians who have already completed their residencies or have practiced independently. If you have, for example, you've completed your training, your postgraduate training, and now you've decided to come to Canada, so these are the options for you. Or you have completed 2 years of training and now you're coming to Canada due to whatever reason. So this is what you can go for. These are the, I have mentioned the links for all the provinces, and because each of them has their own set of requirements. The QE1 exam and NEC OSCE are required by all of the provinces, and not all provinces are open all the time as well. Like, for example, Nova Scotia and Newfoundland, they open this program only when there's a requirement for a physician. So this, you can go through the links. They are very helpful. Like they're a very good option for those who have done half of their training or are done with their training. Next is the clinical assistant. I just mentioned it because it is something like, if you want to get experience of the Canadian medical system, you get it as a clinical assistant, and it's very good. Like, you work under a physician as an assistant. Like, it's just taking vitals, taking history, nothing much, but you get to know the system. You can get into the system through this. It's very good to make references. You can get a letter of recommendations from people you work with, and also you can have some income in hand. Apart from that, there's a special clinical assistant program that is offered by the province of Saskatchewan, that you're known as a physician with a limited license, and you get to work under a physician for 3 years, and then it is up to them to approve your license or not. It is an option, but it's not a very good option, as there's no guarantee, but it is an option. So yeah. Next is, of course, you can go for master's or PhD. You can go for these, because if you go for these options, you can build a network, and it will be good for your references, for getting letter of recommendations from professors and all. And also you get some research experience, and it's an extra degree in hand. And also, if you don't get in as a physician, this is an alternate route for you to explore. It is time consuming, of course. Anything is. Next is these are all the options, and I also want to give you a clear picture that the licensure process here in Canada is complex, and there is no guarantee, but if you work hard and you're consistent, so you can do it. There is a lot of significant amount of financial and personal commitment required, as the exams are costly, and it takes time to go through all the steps. But if you are consistent and keep working towards your goal, you can definitely achieve it. That's it from me. Thank you so much, and best of luck for your future endeavors. Thanks.
Thank you, Bea Suleiman. Or if you have any question for Canadian system, please email directly, or also you can email to us, ask JSMUAANA@gmail.com, and also you can chat at the Zoom. And also don't forget, if you are claiming for your CME credit, please email these two emails. And also we will send you the PDF. Once you will email us, we will send you the PDF of all these slides, so you can able to use the web links. Our next speaker is we're gonna Dr. Bilal Ahmed and Rahmana Shafi, and they're gonna talk about the opportunities in USA. Please share your slides, Bilal.
Okay, you can hear me and you can see my slides. Okay, so hello everyone.
Yes.
I decided to talk about this kind of an unusual topic because I have been counseling students and young physicians for more than 20 years now. First, I was counseling my junior colleagues, and then for the last few years, I have been counseling young physicians who are actually children of my fellow colleagues most of the time. The reason why I wanted to talk very briefly about this change is that what happens is that when they start talking to their aunts and uncles who were in the United States 20 years ago, and they tell them this and that and all those different things, they have a completely different perception. And a lot of things are same, but there are a lot of things which have changed. So let's have a look. So this is something which I shared from ECFMG website, and Liz had a good talk few minutes ago. So look at this graph. The yellow one is Pakistan. So this is where I want you to focus. Now, the blue one, which is going on the top, is United States international medical graduates who are US citizens, and they go out of United States to other medical schools. Like a lot of people send their kids even Pakistan, and they are IMGs, and they enter for exams, and they get their certificates done. The red one is India. The purplish one is actually Canada. So if you look at this slide, it tells you that we are in the yellow line, which is our line, that we have been somewhere between 5 to 10% of people who get ECFMG certification over a period of 20 years. And what happened was that 20 years ago, people used to go to England, but then there was a physician shortage in the United States. So around 1992, 93, people started to come here, and a lot of physicians came from Pakistan. This another one again goes over the number of certificates which are issued by ECFMG over a period of 20 years. And you can see that the number is approximately 10,000, and it kind of stays in that range. This one tells you which schools, international schools, have been contributing to physicians in the United States. And this is kind of a recent, this slide is from 2017. So you can see that the Caribbean schools are on the top, and Dow Medical College and King Edward Medical College has most graduates who are in practice right now. Now, this slide is from 2016, and this one is from World Directory of Medical Schools. So if you look at Pakistan, it tells you that they have 89 medical schools. Now remember that in 1994, there were only approximately 10 medical schools. So the point which I am making is that the number of medical schools and the number of medical students graduating from them and coming to United States and taking USMLE exams have increased, but the percentage of the ones who are matched in residency is kind of more stayed same or stable. Now, this is another fact card, and the reason why I'm showing all those things, but this is one of the most common counseling questions I get, that like, how are my exam options? So what I'm asking you to look at this fact card is that more people apply for step 1 and less people for step 2, or actually more, actually a number goes down when it is for CS. But if you look at the ERAS applications, they are actually double of that number. So you get like these first time takers who are about 10,000, but about 20,000 applicants apply through ERAS. So they are those medical students who are from the years before, or who did not get matched first time, and now they are trying to get the match again. Okay.
Next is Bilal.
Yeah, I'll just start my screen.
No. Mana, can you stop sharing, please?
Okay, hello everyone. So my name is Bilal. I'm a graduate of 2011 and currently I'm a faculty of hematology oncology at the University of Tennessee in Memphis. I'm sure, so I'll discuss some things about the careers in USA, and it's not about how to apply, because I think a lot of people know what the process of US is, unlike other countries. So I think I'll just discuss about more factoids that is important to know when anyone is applying or coming to US. So just kind of a background, if you see from 1950 to 2020, the purple line is the PGY1 positions. Before the 1970s, the PGY1 positions were more, but now if you see, the applicants are, of course, getting more and more. But since 2000, they have been constant. Like maybe in between 1990 to 2000, there were more applicants and less positions. But now the positions are also growing in numbers as compared to the applicants. This is just a snapshot of 2020 residency match, which was last year. And if you see, every year the match is the biggest one or the highest one, because there are more positions, there are more people applying, and there are more people matching. So 80% people match to PGY1 positions. Of course, it includes people from United States medical school, DO schools, Caribbean schools, and IMGs. If you see the applicant types, there were 345 more US MDs matched, 1,000 more DO matched. So if you see, there were like, the competition is not only US MDs, but there are DO schools which are coming into play. There were 157 more US citizens matched, and even who are non-US citizen IMGs, they were increased. So every year, it's a good thing that the positions are increasing and the number of people coming to US are increasing. This is a graph I took from NRMP from 2020 match. And the reason I'm putting this is because a lot of people who apply, they need to know what are their chances of matching into a specific field. I've actually taken the 6 most common fields that IMGs match to, like family medicine, pathology, pediatrics, neurology, internal medicine, and psychiatry. And comparing it to the 2 fields which are really competitive. I mean, these are all competitive, but these are the most 2 competitors are neurosurgery and orthopedics. So the reason to put this on is, like, if you want to come to United States and if you want to be an orthopedic surgeon or a neurosurgeon, and I know people who have these dreams, or dermatologist, you need to know what your actual chances are. I think you don't need to be in the dark. I think there needs to be an optimism with hope, and there needs to be a rationale behind what your decisions are. So if you see this, so in family medicine, 56% of the US IMGs were able to match, and these are all IMGs data. US IMGs means people who are US citizens, non-US IMGs means people who are not citizens or visa candidates. And I believe they include the green card in the non-US IMG as well. So if you see family medicine, 56% versus 53% were matched. So usually the chance is 50-50, you know, so 50% is a good enough chance for you to match in a residency in the United States. But even then you need to know what your specific chances are in specific field that you are applying. Pathology was 45%, but if you see the non-US IMG was 68%. So you cannot blame the visa thing here, because people who required visa were able to match 68% of the time in pathology. Last year. Pediatrics was 72% and 68%, US and non-US. Neurology was 58, 67. Internal medicine is 56, 59. And psychiatry. Now, people will think that psychiatry might not be as competitive, but that's the most competitive in the sixth specialty that I've written is there were only chances of 40% match rate. Either you were a US citizen or non-US citizen. So that's considered competitive, more competitive. Now you compare to neurosurgery, there is only a 25% chance. As compared to orthopedics, there's a 21% chance. So I think when you're preparing for a match, you need to be really rational and logical about what you're expecting and how you'll end up based on the numbers. Okay. These are the statistics that what is the people who matched, what were the scores, what were their number of interviews that they got. So people, US IMGs and non-US IMGs again. So people who matched on average got between 6 to 7 calls, interview calls, as compared to people who didn't match got 2 to 3 calls. The USMLE step 1 median score in people who got matched in US citizens were 223, and in non-US IMGs was 233. So of course, in non-US IMGs, you need to get like, a higher score. To me, I think I would consider even a US IMG or non-US IMG, I would consider a score of at least 235 or more. In my, I applied 7 years back, and at that time the average was 225, 230. Now the average is 235, 240, because things are getting competitive and you need to be the best out of it. The median USMLE step 2 score is higher than step 1 score, which is 240 for non-US IMGs. So number of research experience in people who matched was 2. The people who didn't match was 3. So you know what? Even if you had high research or more research, people got unmatched with high number of research. Number of abstract presentation was higher in unmatched people than people who got matched. Similarly, work experience was like 7 in unmatched people and 6 in matched people. And the reason I want to bring this up is because people think bulking up your CV in your application, like when you apply for NRMP, the more research experience, the more work experience, the more abstracts you put into, the higher chances of your getting matched is not true. Your application should be concise, and it should be, no nonsense thing in it, and it should be really relevant to what you're applying to. So the reason I'm putting it in is because people who got unmatched had higher number of research experience and higher number of abstract presentations and higher number of work experiences in their applications. So now again, you have to be pragmatic, and I'm the person who needs to be I want to be objective. I want my numbers. I want my what the bets are. So money matters. When you're applying to this journey, you cannot be non-serious about it. And I've seen people who are like, hey, you know what, I'll do USMLE, but I'll do this and I'll do this and I'll do 3 things at one time. If you're not serious about it, you lose money. And as we discussed, there's a 55% chance of you matching it. So you have to be really interested to do it. And in the end, you do put in a lot of money when you apply. Step 1's and this is an old data, and I'm sure the prices have changed. The step 1 is $800, step 2 is $800, CS is $1,200. Applying to the match, coming here, other expenses, visa fees, it's at least 12,000 to 15,000 US dollars, which equivalents to 20 to 25 lakh in Pakistani rupees. So you need to have a lot of investment, and especially people coming from Dow SMC, they are on the merit-based positions, which means that they are not paying that much of money even in their medical school that they have to invest to get a USMLE residency position. Once you get into the residency, now, I mean, that's everything pays off in the first 2 years, first year or so. Your first residency yearly pay scale is $60,000. So as compared to that, you are paying nothing. But again, coming from Pakistan, we need to realize that what financial burden we putting ourselves, our parents into, and we need to be really serious about if we are planning to come to United States. So pearls for current medical students, and this was part of my last presentation, which we had a couple of months back, that early preparation is the key. If you want to come to United States, you have to be prepared on a second year, from second year. You have to think and you have to make a timeline in a way that you cannot waste time thinking after graduation that I want to do USMLE. So early preparation, get your publications and research out of the way by fourth year, because after fourth year, you should concentrate on your step 1, step 2, CS, electives. Don't do a lot of things together, because then you'll end up with nothing. Try to give step 1, like people from AKU, at the end of fourth year or final year. I heard that you cannot give your exams before fourth year or final year, start of final year. If you can give your step 1 out of the way, that's ideal. Then coming for US electives is crucial. And I think you can do that in your final year, along with taking your CS at the same time. So that you can do 2 things together. CK should be soon after graduation. And then, to be honest, if you follow this timeline, which is doable, step 1, you need to really, is a tough one to get out of the way in medical school. But if you're able to stick to the timeline, you'll be able to match the next year of your graduation, which is great. And you can do step 3s during interviews. And pearls for who are people who are currently in the match, networking is super important. And I know there will be some people who are joining in who are currently in the match, who are giving interviews, and people who might not have gotten a lot of interviews this year, because this year is pretty much very different than all these last years where you were able to get interviews and people used to cancel. So how people used to get interviews before is the US graduates and DO graduates used to cancel interviews, and as a benefit to IMGs, they used to get interviews and cancellations. This is not the case right now, because US graduates are also taking opportunity to be at home and do virtual interviews easily without traveling. So it's really tough for this year, people getting interviews, but don't worry about it. Keep trying. Following up is the key. Writing to the program directors and introducing yourself, not being annoying, but like being in a way and presenting yourself can really help. Because I can personally give you my example. 7 years back, I got 7 interviews. I applied in December, which is kind of unheard. People don't recommend that. Usually the application is like September. I applied in December. I was able to get 8 interviews until January, mid of January, and I was able to match. And so it's not too late right now. So don't give up at this point. Personal statement, again, these are all submitted, so I won't discuss a lot of it, but personal statement should reflect you as a human and not a superhuman. So discuss your weaknesses, and you need to know the art of selling and not present yourself as someone who is superhuman and you're the perfect person on earth. That's usually not taken in a good way. What matters? Scores. You cannot supersede scores by anything. You can do thousands of research, whatever you can do. Scores are the most important thing that can filter you out. And we discussed what the requirements are right now. Your graduation is important, because nowadays the competition is so much, not only if you heard from Pakistan, but people coming from other parts of the world, that young people are coming in and they are kind of going in. So your competition is really getting tough. Then of course you have to get a US SC and LORs. Visa status is important only for programs who are non-sponsored, and there are very few of it. So don't count visa status against you. And again, research voluntary month, you can add it in your CV. I'll quickly run to it in the interest of time. So if you go for an elective, you have to be at your A game and you have to get an LOR. If you don't get an LOR, that elective does not count, to be honest. You can write that you did an elective here at Emory or something like that in your application. If you don't have an LOR from that elective, it doesn't count. So you have to make sure, and sometimes it's kind of an unfortunate thing that you are rotating with different attendings every week, but you have to get in touch with one person who can give you an LOR. And actually people know, and personally myself, I've gotten 2 LORs, 3 LORs in a month. So people actually, you only need 3 LORs to apply. So you can actually get it in 1 month instead of 3 months. It just depends on how you approach your match. And you have to give talks. You have to be super confident. You need to know the ethics of the team. Like in America, people don't like call themselves doctor all the time. Like the residents and fellows, they are like on first name basis, So to just be unlike in Pakistan where everyone is a doctor, even a second year medical student is a doctor as well. So here, I mean, things are different. So you need to know the ethics of how things are. Application, when you're applying this in the match, you should only have relevant experience. Don't bulk it up. Community service and voluntary service is really looked into it. Scholarships are really looked into it. US clinical experience is really helpful. Personal statement should not repeat a CV. Personal statement is a story about how you entered medicine and what your aims are, versus repeating your CV that you got this in USMLE, this in USMLE, this in that. So it should be different. It should be a story. And I think it's a good idea to have personal statement read by a person who is into residency or who's a faculty in a program that you want to apply. Follow-up is the key. So once you apply, don't just forget about it. Try to be in touch with the program and remind, because for example, if you interviewed in September and the match rank list is in February or March, people can forget you. So don't let them forget you. And this is the same thing I discussed, that I was lucky to get these interviews after December. So don't keep on following it, and don't say that if the match is over, it's not over. You have a month or two still to get interviews. So just don't be annoying. So the interview, because it's a virtual interview, they usually want to exclude people on interview. That, hey, this is a person that we cannot work with. He's a little annoying. He's kind of being out of position. So just be normal. Just blend into. You don't have to be like a distinguished person among the interviewees. You have to just blend in, because sometimes being the odd one out can be looked as abnormal, and you might be kind of taken down in that way. Never speak negatively about anything, and be a proud Pakistani. And I've seen people not utilizing it as compared to other countries. Be proud where you're coming from, and this is very important. This is really looked highly, that, hey, you're coming from Pakistan, and look what I'm being able to get an interview in your program, and what I can offer you by having that experience that I have from my country. Post interviews, I'll just skip this. So how the program ranks. People usually think that interview itself is everything. It's not true. Everything counts at the end. Some like to give scores to individual categories, like scores, your graduation, visa status. But you can really impress someone in an interview, and you might just, people will say, hey, I want this person in my program regardless of what their application is. So what if you don't match? If you don't match, I mean, and so if you want to be a physician, and if you're in Pakistan and there is no reason you to be in the United States, don't give up your dream to be a physician. I think you have so many other options that we discussed, you have other countries that you can look into, or in Pakistan, I mean, don't give up your option about being a physician. But there are circumstances where you are in United States, people getting married here, your parents are here, something like that, and you have a US citizenship or US green card that actually makes you be in the United States, then you can think about other options, and always have a backup in place, and always keep on trying. But you can always try, you can only try 2 or 3 times. That's about it. If things don't work out in those times, you cannot just keep on trying your whole life. So you have to be smart and be pragmatic, and think about other things. And what you can think, you can be a research fellow, they can pay you. You can do masters, which Dr. Rashid will speak in the next slide. You can do PA and DO schools, which are expensive. Those are very expensive and long routes. What I personally recommend is, there are some therapy courses like phlebotomist, respiratory therapist, radiation technologist. They are 5 or 6 month diploma courses, and you can be working in a healthcare facility. So think about those things, that if you want to be connected to the field of medicine and you really like it, think about those things that you can do, because those are like licensed professions and you can easily make good money out of those as well. So I'll conclude my presentation here. This is my email, and I like this quote, so this is on my last
Yes.
presentation. Thank you.
Thank you,
Sorry, I got
Nagmana.
disconnected. Yeah, I got disconnected. I'm just going to sum up. I just have a couple of more.
Bilawal, can you stop sharing? Yeah.
Okay, so I'm kind of just going to add a little bit to all those great points which Bilawal made. And it kind of tells you a little bit numbers on this slide of the exam results. So you can see that international graduates, when they take the exam, their passing rate is very good. So the same thing as Bilawal was saying, that we should be proud of the education which we have, and we are proud to be where we are coming from. And this gives you the number for J1 sponsorship. Currently, Pakistan is a third country in the list of countries from where international medical graduates are coming. And this tells you performance of international medical graduates in residency match in 2020. The positions went up, but the numbers of IMGs who matched is pretty much stayed same to up to 60%. So basically it tells you that about 40% of them do not match. So it also gives you some numbers in this slide for where most of the IMGs match, and it's mostly East Coast of the United States. And so the summary which I have over this 20-year experience is that the number of medical colleges in Pakistan has increased, but the number of students or percentage of the students who are matched has remained same. The cost of exam and travel, as Bilawal said, has increased. And the number of IMGs from Pakistan who are US citizens or Canadian citizens or US permanent residents have increased. And 40% of IMGs who apply for MESH do not get residency. So it's important to have plan B, as Bilawal said. And years after graduation is very important. One of the common counseling which I do for the students are that they are not feeling confident to give the exam, and they may be like 5-6 years post-graduation. So it does matter. So try to take your exams quickly if you're planning to come to United States. Now, applications are submitted electronically through ERAS now. So it's important for you to learn what the residency programs are looking for. And if you have to ask questions, please talk to someone like Bilawal, who just went through the residency process recently, or talk to the physicians who are involved with medical students. So if you're working with medical students and you're working with residents, then you know more about the process in the United States as compared to if you're just in private practice. And just learn to prepare very well for your Zoom interviews. Even if I look right now, most of the videos are turned off, so you just don't get the practice, and it's important for you to see yourself on Zoom and kind of understand that how you can perform better. So these are my references, and good luck and all the best for your future. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Nagmana and Dr. Bilawal. Their emails are here. If you want to contact directly, please email them and ask questions. Also, you can ask questions through the Zoom chat, and you can email us. And also reminder again, for if you want to claim your US or Pakistani CME credit, please send these information to this email. Over next speaker, like we have alternative pathway also. So we're gonna talk about the public health options, and Dr. Seher Ramiz will present this. Welcome, Dr. Seher Ramiz, and please share your presentation.
Assalamu alaikum, everyone. My name is Dr. Seher Ramiz, and I'm here today with public health. A lot of people are familiar with it, but a lot of people don't really consider it as the priority. career. So let me share my slides. Okay. I'll just share. Sorry. So my name is Sahar Absha, and I am basically from Canada and a public health specialist. Currently completing my master's in public health and also master's in family medicine from University of Edinburgh. So ये screen sharing में मेरे पास आ नहीं रही. Show windows.
Can you stop sharing, Nagmana, maybe?
No, nobody's sharing.
Achha.
Okay, I got it. But I got it here.
Bottom pe share screen hai.
Green button. Got it?
So sharing पा रहा है लेकिन मेरे पास file में नहीं खुल रहा.
आपके पास है Irfan?
Let's try again. Are you able to see green button, share screen?
So share screen कर रही लेकिन मेरे अपने उस पर नहीं आ रहा. I don't have it drop off.
I'll just add 2 points to the last presentation. One thing is that make sure the references that you give are correct, and that because most of the people are going to double check your references in an application. And the story that you put in your personal statement, you remember the story, and that story is also that you, if they ask you questions about it, you can tell them about that thing, with your personal experience that made you a doctor, whatever you put in your personal statement, because I've seen that happen, that if I interview people and say, okay, you wrote something in your statement, and they said, oh, that was so long ago, I don't remember. Oh, yeah, that was a case, but I don't exactly remember what happened. So that really reflects bad on you. So you need to know what you wrote. Irfan, you have your slides?
Yes, I can present our slides. So, Seher, I can present your slides.
Yes, sir. My apologies.
Okay, go ahead. I'm ready.
Okay, thank you, sir. So today we're going to be talking about alternative careers in public health for medical professionals. I'm particularly focused on a lot of female physicians who prefer giving up their careers because they're not able to balance their personal and professional life. So this is kind of focused on them. But other than that, people who are not very passionate about medical career or clinical careers, and they prefer to have more flexible options towards their medical careers. So this is for them. So next slide, please. So one of the basic reasons why people want to choose alternative or non-clinical options as a physician or a medical professional. First of all, it's a personal choice. Like in my case, it's a personal choice. I love what I do, and public health is passion for me. Because I believe public health, it's more like a buffet where you get to have a variety of cuisines and you enjoy what you do, including clinical side, because public health physicians, they work as physicians, primary care physicians in the clinical settings as well. In an organizational settings, they are able to do research, they are able to educate people, work in universities, and also work in policy and planning, something that excites somebody with leadership qualities and potential to speak in public. So of course, it's always a personal choice to go for a non-clinical option, or I won't really say non-clinical in terms of public health, but other alternative career options. Personal and professional life balance, this was one of my issues, and I think a lot of women would agree to me, the female physicians, that it is usually tough to balance between personal and professional life. Things are very different for men out there as compared to women. Women kind of have social pressure and family pressure as compared to men who just go out and seek their careers. They're the warriors, but the women, we kind of try to balance our personal and professional life. So this is one of the main reasons a lot of women, either they prefer giving up altogether what they have, or they prefer to go for something more flexible, out of which public health is one of the careers. Flexible options, as I said, to maintain quality of life. A lot of people who do not like having overnight shifts, overnight work hours, long lengthy standing hours, and hectic work routines, they also prefer something more on a lighter tone, out of which public health would be one of them. Passion for research, education, exploring different options or visions of the medical profession. This is one thing that actually, it was a curiosity that led me to public health. I started I was working as family physician in Pakistan and then in Saudi Arabia for a while. And I felt like I am not able to grow especially when you are in a small private setting, private setup, clinics and hospital setups, and you're not a part of a teaching institute. You get very bored with the fact that you're just in a room and you get to see a patient, and sometimes they're not much of patients as well. So that actually triggers the fact that you don't feel growth going on there. And that is why family medicine is very strongly related to public health. And that is where I connected these two fields together after doing my master's in family medicine from University of Edinburgh. I went for public health because this is where I felt that I can grow as a physician, as an educator, as a researcher, and explore my options in policy and planning and leadership roles. And next slide, sir, please. So since we are discussing all the different alternative career options for physicians, so one of them is medical education. So what is medical education? Of course, teaching can be an impactful outlet for physicians wanting to leverage their medical expertise and inspire the next generation of care providers. I think one of the best things that we can do as healthcare professionals is pass it on what we have learned in so many years. It's an asset that we have, and if we could benefit the coming generation from it, I think this is what one of the best things that we could do for our community as physicians and upcoming physicians that we have. So teaching is one of my passions as well. I enjoy thoroughly teaching, guiding and advocating new students for it. Usually there are a lot of options when it comes to teaching, of course. There's research, teaching at major universities, community colleges, other schools and other healthcare programs. They all seek professions for part-time and full-time teaching opportunities. With research commitment, teaching is usually associated with research, but some of the teaching jobs are solely for teaching purpose. So it comes either ways, whatever you enjoy and how you like it. So the degrees required usually is Masters of Public Health for public health institutes or community health institutes is usually what is required. MPHIL, that is basic health sciences. It's all over the world. MPHIL could be done from any university, national or international. Masters in Science, MSc is also considered for teaching purposes. PhD, of course, is the terminal ultimate degree for it, and basic science is usually what people consider when it comes to just solely teaching in the university, other than the clinical side. Next slide, sir. Corporate physician jobs in insurance. This is a very interesting one. Why would I say this? Because I was in Dubai for some time, and I just applied to I did not have that exam. I was there for a very short time. So when I moved from Saudi Arabia, so there a lot of insurance companies, even in Canada, when I moved here, I was called by insurance companies having a medical background. They welcome you, including NAS. I remember that was in Abu Dhabi, and other two organizations. They're big organization corporate. And here also in Canada, Health Informatics are working in Blue Cross and other institutes and other big insurance companies. They want people from medical background because they want to come to check their the medical proposals that are coming or the claims that are being done. So it's one of the fields to explore. Some of the people have really progressed in it and they enjoy the perks of it. So this could be one of your things. So for this medical corporate physician jobs or insurance jobs, you need to be usually your MBBS is sometimes enough. Otherwise, MBA is another specialization that you go for before actually going for any sort of corporate business job. And insurance certified exams are also there. There are, I think, they're random 6 to 12 exams. If you could qualify that, you get to have you get to be at a better place in insurance company. So this could be another one. Next slide, sir. So healthcare consult, this is one of my favorites, and I want to go for something like this in the future. Healthcare consultants are basically, they're educators of health communities. World Health Organization, UNICEF, all the big organizations, they require healthcare consultants, usually with a public health background, because they're looking at the community with a wider perspective. They are looking for advice when it comes to the community and a group of people on the whole. Currently, we've seen coronavirus pandemic and the advocacy and implementation of all the ideas that are being implemented in order to keep ourselves safe. They are coming from the public health domain, and they are from public health specialists, including the World Health Organization, of course, the CDC, UNICEF, all the other big organizations, and then definitely to smaller organizations within the communities, non-profit organ that are helping. And all these are run or they are advised by healthcare consultants And those are definitely public health specialists who are working in this field, and they work in this area, specifically planning, designing policy. So healthcare consultants need at every level, from hospital. Pharmaceutical companies also require them when it comes to vaccination policy, when it comes to vaccine distribution, drugs, advocacy, anything. When it comes to pharmaceutical companies, are definitely looking for public health specialists for this job, or any person who is related to population health. For medical devices and non-profit organizations in Pakistan, I would say we have Jinnah, HANDS, and other big organizations. Even Silani is working as public health. I recently came across UNICEF, and I think one of another CDC is also running from Islamabad, and the big organizations are always a part of Pakistan organizations, so they are working with public health sectors, and all of them require healthcare consultants like you and me with a background in public health, a master's in or PhD or doctor of public health, in order to be those consultants who can make the difference for a better change. Next slide, sir. Another one interesting, that's a rather, I wouldn't say laid back, but it's more of a flexible remote job, is medical writer editor. It is very suitable for women who are currently busy with their personal life. They have younger children, they cannot really go out and work, and they are looking for more flexible options. They definitely have the knowledge or the potential to make a difference through their writing. And definitely expert health writers and editors are needed for textbook development, test materials. CPS, we hire a lot of physicians for this purpose as well in Pakistan and all over the world. Peer review articles, pharmaceuticals, and medical device company, they all require medical writers with good academic writing abilities. Usually masters in any of the fields, basic sciences or clinical sciences, they are required along with PhD, that is a terminal degree in academics, is usually appreciated for medical writing. Next slide. Similarly, I would say another one is the finance job. It's an intersection of medicine and finance. A lot of people in Canada, I would say, they opt for MBA because they say that getting into the residency is a tougher way. So they look for alternative career options rather than giving up their medical career on the whole. So once they get into MBA admissions pretty easily, because there are a lot of colleges and universities in Canada that offer MBA programs, and they get into capital fund leverages, physicians to advise on the viability of healthcare investments, non-profit organizations, they use physicians for fundraising assistance, biotech, pharmaceutical, and medical device companies also seek physician expertise as industry analysts as well. So this is one of the fields that could really have potential for those women, those men out there who prefer, I always advise people, do not settle for less. Do not give up what you have. Try to excel, try to move on. Go for a master's, go for upgrading yourself in certain way. Do not give up or be hopeless in what you have. There's so many fields out there, they're looking for your medical expertise. Next slide, sir. Medical startup entrepreneurship. This is something that has come up recently, and a lot of physicians, including female physicians, are coming up with it. With the era of technology and virtual health, things have changed a lot. Women have specifically, example is Sindh, they have started setting up virtual clinics, and they are CEOs or founders of those organizations. So medical startup entrepreneurship is another amazing alternative career that women could go for. They can be their own bosses, they can hire people, and then run amazing institutions, amazing business setups regarding mental health practices all over the world and all over their own countries and communities. For medical entrepreneurship, usually you require Master of Public Health and Planning and Policy or MBAs, because you need to have those basic elements of how does it work when it comes to organization, when it comes to leadership trainings, and what is really required as an entrepreneur who connects health with finance and community. Because again, medical startup or medical entrepreneurship is solely based on population health. You are finding a way to deal with the community health problems and provide them accessibility to healthcare. So this is definitely, I would say, a very strongly related to public health field. If you want to be someone who is a game changer, who wants to be an innovator in terms of medical startup and entrepreneurship. Next. Physicians, scientists, inventors, and scientists. This is one that I'm pursuing, and I'm crazy about this field because I love the terminology physician and scientist. It kind of puts the best of the careers together. A physician, somebody who can treat patients and change their lives according to for their health. But a scientist could actually change the entire community and face of the medicine that we are practicing. So that is an amazing combination of two best ingredients together. And the physician scientist is somebody with anybody who has hands-on experience, and they do research as physicians, and they are focused after the medical practices into the research and into the industry where academically they can make the difference in terms of the new medicine that is coming out. I would rather say that in terms of public health, because I'm a public health specialist, I can speak for myself better. Public health scientists are those people who design community setups. Like Dr. Irfan is right here. We started up this program recently of trying to introduce online health education with collaborations through international networking. And I think we've got one step with it, and we have bigger plans for it. This is what we can make a difference by being physicians and scientists, that is creating something together out of it. And it could change the face of the medicine, it could change the face of medical education, future of female physicians or physicians who are looking, who are bound because of lack of resources or accessibility. And this is what that amazing combination can do, change the world, change the face of so many things that are required. But for this, doctorate is a must. Once you get your PhD degree, your doctorate or any other terminal degree, that is when you are actually eligible to be a scientist. You cannot be a scientist with any other degree other than PhD degree. So keep on going for that. The next slide. So how to apply for graduate studies? A lot of people ask me. I run a personal WhatsApp group of female physicians as well. And since I'm in Canada and I have my master's from UK and now from USA. So a lot of people ask me, how can we get into the master's program, or what you're looking for, and how are the ways to get into it. So let me explain. You first start, if you want to get your master's from internationally, there are a few steps that you need to follow. One of the things that I want to identify is you don't have to really travel all the time. Online degrees are now pretty much acceptable. HEC recognizes all the online degrees, but there are on the HEC, the Higher Education Commission of Pakistan has some requirements that the degree program that you're applying to need to fulfill before you can actually consider it recognized. So if we talk, first of all, talking generally about the admission procedure for Canada, US, and Europe, it's pretty much the same. First of all, you need to identify the university and the course that you're interested in. Now, it could be anything, master's in public health, it could be master's in research or clinical sciences, it could be master's in education, it could be master's in anatomy, physiology, basic sciences, biochemistry, epidemiology, anything that comes along. We can request universities for application form, usually on the website, they have the deadline when the applications are open and you can apply. We have to take various tests for it, that's very true. IELTS and our other English proficiency tests are very important. IELTS have written, but it refers to English proficiency test. That is a must. You need to prepare beforehand for this. With a band B is required academic IELTS. I apply for academic, but TOEFL and other, I think, exams are also Australian proficiency exams. They're also acceptable by most of the university. Another test, GRE is one of the exams that requires maths. And I think there's another qualitative, maths and science, or maths and science, I think, basic sciences, that is required for MPH. I did not go for MPH. GRE, just to tell you that physicians, most of the universities, they exempt GRE for physicians from wherever country you are. You can also submit your inter and metric maths course as well for waiver of GRE. So just send your university that you're applying to that I don't want to go for a GRE. That's an extra test with an extra money amount and extra effort. I don't want to go. I'm a physician. I want to upgrade myself in public health sector. GRE is specifically for public health because there are stats involved in it. So you can just apply for that. You can email them, contact them, telling them that I am a physician and I want have to have exemption from GRE. What is the procedure? They will usually respond you in a better way, and they will. A lot of universities, especially USA and I think UK also, they exempt GRE for physicians. Second is arranging and preparing essays and letter of recommendation. That's a big one. Your LORs matters a lot. They matter the most. LOR usually is one from your academics, that is from your medical institution, that is for fresh graduates, and during MBBS, you can have an LOR from any of the professors who know you better and they can provide good LORs. Next LORs are from volunteer work or an organization that you were working with. Your internship LOR, your professor could provide you. The work that you do. I provided my LORs from different institutions I was working with voluntarily, and they really made a difference. So you need to really work on your application. Aapko application apni pehle se, you have to keep that in mind. I am applying for this program. I need to be one of the best students that they want. So you need to keep the LORs in mind. You need to keep the idea of what is actually, what makes you an outstanding student in terms of your application process. Arranging and the statement of letter of intent. A lot of students ask me, how do you write a letter of intent? Letter of intent is something that comes from your heart. When I applied for my University of Edinburgh, Masters in Family Medicine, I was there on scholarship as well. I was granted 50% scholarship on my fees, and the entire decision was based on my letter of intent. Usually what they see in your letter of intent is how bad you're looking for the program and what difference that education can do to your career. One of the professors that I referred when I was writing my letter of intent, I asked him, what should I write? He said, our seat is very, we are at the limited spaces that we have for the students, especially for international students. It is very precious to us. So why should we give it to you as an institute? Why would our institution or our degree make a difference to you? And how would you change the world with it? The international institution, no matter you're going for a clinical side or non-clinical options, they are always looking how good you can utilize their education. So you need to have future goals with it and present passion for it. Two things in combination for your personal statement. They pretty much lay out what you're looking for. And you can't be more genuine than this. So that is what my recommendation or my advice is for you. Just be original, present passion, and future goal should be the main highlights of your personal statement. Completing and sending application forms along with required documents, your degree, your transcript. Sometimes a lot of students that come up to me, they say, we don't have a GPA of 3.5 or 3.0. This is what is required on the website. एक तो मैं हमेशा ही कहती हूँ कि just don't go for what there is out there. Just go and ask questions. I think I have asked so many questions to the universities that I applied, and I'm still applying to. Okay, if there's a deficiency, how can I overcome that deficiency? For example, if I don't have a GPA, how can I cover? I emailed one of the institute that my GPA is not matching your program. What can I do about it? Foreign reply aa jata hai. They replied that your work and your previous work experience, your LR, are going to complement it, and it's an overall decision. If you were exceptional, we would accept you, and I got accepted. So you need to understand that never lose confidence or never just get intimidated by what is written out there or what a lot of people tell you. Iske bagair nahi ho sakta. Nahi ho sakta, option nahi hona chahiye. Your option should be mujhe karna hai. And how? Go out networking, ask questions, universities, ex-students, platform, forums, social media. Do not hesitate to go out and ask questions regarding, because this is your future. Aapka future is pe depend kar raha hai, is application pe, is degree pe depend kar raha hai. You can't just give it out because it's there on the website. Be passionate about it and find ways. After applying, if you want to, now one of the processes, a lot of students want to travel. Especially UK के लिए बहुत लोग कहते हैं कि they want to travel and study in UK for their masters or जो भी degree they're applying for. Sure, you can get visa from that visa process is totally depending on the university for what is going on, and that is not your problem. Once you get admission letter, the university will contact you regarding visa and procedure. एक और advice है, a lot of female physicians that ask me कि हम बच्चे छोड़ के कैसे चले जाएं, मियां छोड़ के कैसे चले जाएं. So that's an advice. Any degree program internationally from Pakistan or any other country that you're residing in. Any degree program that is more than 1 year allows a spouse visa and 2 children along with it. More than 1 year, but it has to be more, 2 years or 1.5 years, whatever. So you're not going alone. Your husband is, or your partner, your wife, she would be able to travel with you, and they will be able to work there as well. Unko work permit milta hai, and you're able to study. Chahe Canada ho, UK ho, US ho, this applies to each and every country. Apart from that, you can email the institution and ask them regarding your spouse and how to travel and what are the requirements for it. So do not hesitate. Go and live your dreams for it. There's always a way. Another one is online applications, online degree programs. They, as I just told you, they are, of course, they are recognized by HEC. A lot of people have this myth that they are not recognized. No, लेकिन ये है कि हर डिग्री recognize नहीं होती है. जो डिग्री प्रोग्राम, for example, University of Edinburgh है या USA की University of Chicago है, they have the same program. It has to be in class and online, same program with the same fees set. ठीक है, उसकी same fee structure होना चाहिए. So then that is recognized by HEC. और अगर आपको कोई doubt है तो email HEC or ask somebody from the HEC कि भाई I'm applying for this program. Is it recognized by my home country? Because again आपको home country की recognition ज़िंदगी में चाहिए होती है. You cannot ignore the fact कि अगर पाकिस्तान में, because you never know how things change. So you should go for something that is globally accepted. Because again, it's your time, money, and investment. So next slide, please. So USA scholarship, a lot of women and men out there, there must be जो female physicians हैं या male physicians हैं, male physicians भी जो अपने आप को upgrade करना चाहते हैं, और female physicians they're looking for alternative career. USA में बहुत सारी scholarships होती हैं, international students के लिए fee structures महंगे होते हैं, that's very true. But you can go for scholarships. They are funded 50% to 70%. वो आपके masters को sponsor कर देते हैं, so they are feasible. I've listed a few of them. That's for women. But there are other scholarship options as well. So next, please. Scholarship for Canada. चूंकि मैं कनाडा में हूँ और यहाँ पे मुझे बहुत सारे लोग पूछते हैं कि जी यहाँ पे क्या scholarship and what is how does it work here. So they are immense scholarship. जिस यूनिवर्सिटी में आप मास्टर्स के लिए PhD के लिए अप्लाई कर रहे हैं, उस यूनिवर्सिटी की वेबसाइट पे जाइए जहाँ scholarships लिखा हुआ है. There are immense scholarships. There's so many for international students. Again, मैं बात कर रही हूँ लोगों के लिए जो वहाँ से आते हैं, जो डोमेस्टिक है उनके लिए तो होती ही हैं, लेकिन उसके अलावा भी इंटरनेशनल स्टूडेंट्स की lot of, it is not something कि आप ये कहें कि जी I quit because I don't have finances. No, you can very much do it. Probably शायद आपको एक आध फीस में थोड़ा बहुत एडजस्ट करना हो. It's very doable. Scholarships होती हैं, work jobs होते हैं, साथ में studentships होती हैं, assistantships होती हैं. It all depends on your passion, on your interest, and how much you love what you're doing. So next slide. So as I just mentioned, what Masters in Public Health is, it is a buffet with a variety of things that are going on. So you can be a physician at the same time, family medicine करते हैं, practice करते हैं इसमें. Once a week usually public health physicians are carrying out their OPPEs. Epidemiology होती है इसमें, research है, activities है, in terms of health education है, administration है, policy, planning, leadership roles, and definitely है. But one of the important things I would like, now people who are just really interested in, a lot of people, they say कि नहीं जी हमें as a public health specialist ही काम करना है या हमें as a public health में ही काम करना है. So let me introduce you. So next slide, please. So let me tell you what public health has certain specialties as well. Like I am doing public health in epidemiology. It comes with an extra course. Why specialty matters? जब आप किसी चीज में specialize कर लेते हैं किसी degree के साथ, it gives you an edge over a lot of people, and plus it gives you a benefit in certain area. For example, मेरा जो masters है वो epidemiology में, लेकिन जब मैं PhD apply कर रही हूँ वो policy and planning में. So this kind of gives you a diversity in your career. ठीक है, यानी कि अब आपकी research range बढ़ गई, आपका work area बढ़ गया, आपकी knowledge बढ़ गई in so many ways, और आपके लिए job opportunities बढ़ जाती हैं. So do go for specialties when it comes to your education, no matter it's your master's, no matter it's your PhD. Maternal and child health is very recognized. यानी कि मुझसे बहुत सारी लड़कियां ऐसी भी हैं, चूंकि मैं female, again लड़कियां ऐसी भी, मैं female physician का group run करती हूँ. They ask कि हमने जी gynae की training करके छोड़ दी, because we moved to a certain area and now we can't do anything about it. अब हम कैसे alternative career में जाएं? So public health with maternal and child health is an excellent field that you can put your past experience to use. and you would be appreciated for that. Epidemiology मैंने इसलिए चूज किया था because coming from family medicine, public health जब मैंने start किया तो मुझे लगा कि epidemiology is origin of diseases. It would very much complement my past experience and help me out in the future. लेकिन जब मैं मास्टर्स ऑफ पब्लिक हेल्थ में एपिडेमियोलॉजी की तो अब मुझे जो है डॉक्टर इरफान सलमान अपना जैसे प्लेटफॉर्म मिल गया और मुझे कैनेडियन ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस ऐसी मिली जिनके साथ मुझे पॉलिसी एंड प्लानिंग में मजा आने लगा. So I thought that I'll take my policy and planning in the future to diverse myself in terms of work and create opportunities. Next slide, sir. So another interesting thing, जो शायद बहुत सारे लोगों को पता नहीं होती है, आज मैं आप लोगों को रास की बात बताती हूँ जिसकी फिर है USA में preventive medicine residency कहलाती है. Just a lot of people consider it. जब मैंने masters of public health किया तो मैं कनाडा आई, again कोई भी डिग्री ऐसी लें जो आपके लिए opportunities खोले. तो पब्लिक हेल्थ जब मैंने ली तो मेरे लिए ऑटोमेटिकली माय पर्सपेक्टिव वाज कि भाई आई कैन गो इनटू रिसर्च, आई कैन गो इनटू एजुकेशन, आई कैन गो इनटू मेडिसिन एज वेल. मेडिसिन इज नॉट क्लोज फॉर मी. आई कैन गो इन लीडरशिप रोल्स एंड पॉलिसी प्लानिंग. बट एक चीज उसके लिए यूएसए के एमपीएच के लिए खास स्पेशलिटी है कि जब आप यूएसए के एमपीएच कर लेते हैं एंड देन यू अप्लाई फॉर प्रिवेंटिव मेडिसिन या फैमिली मेडिसिन रेजिडेंसीज, तो उसमें यह है कि एक रेजिडेंसी प्रोग्राम होता है जो प्रिवेंटिव मेडिसिन रेजिडेंसी प्रोग्राम कहलाता है. इसमें जो है यूएसएमएल ग्रेजुएट्स हैं जो आप यूएसएमएल स्टेप 1 स्टेप 2 करते हैं, उसके बाद आप जो है आप अप्लाई करते हैं प्रिवेंटिव मेडिसिन रेजिडेंसी प्रोग्राम में. डायरेक्टली भी कर सकते हैं या थ्रू फैमिली मेडिसिन इंटरनल मेडिसिन भी कर सकते हैं. इसमें 1 साल का एमपीएच होता है. तो जो लोग जिनके पास पहले से ही मास्टर्स ऑफ पब्लिक हेल्थ होता है उनका 1 साल एग्जेम्प्ट हो जाता है और 4 साल के बजाय 3 साल की उनकी रेजिडेंसी रह जाती है. ठीक है. दूसरा ये लॉट ऑफ पीपल आई हैवंट अप्लाइड येट, जो मेरी रिसर्च थी कि प्रिवेंटिव मेडिसिन रेजिडेंसी इज नॉट वेरी कॉम्पिटिटिव क्योंकि बहुत सारे लोग को पता ही नहीं है, दे डोंट गो फॉर इट. तो ये जो है सीडीसी आई थिंक यूएसए की 4 स्टेट्स में होती है. आई थिंक इट्स इन मिशिगन, सीडीसी अटलांटा कराता है इसको, एंड 2 और स्टेट्स हैं आई गेस, आई एम नॉट वेरी श्योर, जो इसको रेजिडेंसी कराते हैं. इसका स्कोरिंग बिल्कुल, इसका पूरा पेज अलग है, ये ईएफएमजी की वेबसाइट पे नहीं है. आप सर्च करें प्रिवेंटिव मेडिसिन रेजिडेंसी प्रोग्राम यूएसए और आपको सारा वो आ जाएगा. ये सोफास के थ्रू इसकी एप्लीकेशन जाती है एंड इट्स अ वेरी डिफरेंट प्रोसेस बट इट्स अ वेरी डूएबल प्रोसेस. इसमें आप फैमिली मेडिसिन रेजिडेंसी करते हैं 1 साल के लिए. 1 साल के लिए यूजुअली 2 साल के बीच में इसमें एमपीएच होता है. अगर आपने पहले से ही मास्टर्स ऑफ पब्लिक हेल्थ किया तो आपका 1.5 साल एग्जेम्प्ट हो जाता है और उसके बाद 1 से 1.5 साल आप प्रिवेंटिव मेडिसिन की सीडीसी अटलांटा में रेजिडेंसी करते हैं, या फिर जॉन हॉपकिंस इसकी रेजिडेंसी करवाता है मैरीलैंड में और डिफरेंट इंस्टीट्यूशन में. तो 2-3 इंस्टीट्यूट्स हैं जो इसकी रेजिडेंसी कराते हैं. ऑक्यूपेशनल हेल्थ में करवाते हैं. सो दैट इज ग्रेट दैट यू कुड गो फॉर प्रिवेंटिव मेडिसिन रेजिडेंसी इन यूएसए एज वेल थ्रू मास्टर्स इन पब्लिक हेल्थ एंड यूएसएमयू. नेक्स्ट स्लाइड सर. Similarly, in UK, also public health specialists, they work in public health areas. और वही प्लैप के थ्रू इसका भी वही रूट है. आप पहले 1 साल फैमिली मेडिसिन जीपीशिप करते हैं और उसके बाद आप स्विच कर जाते हैं पब्लिक हेल्थ रजिस्ट्रार स्पेशलिटी में. इसमें ये भी है कि आप विद और विदाउट डिग्री, जिनके पास मेडिसिन, क्योंकि इसमें वेटरनरी भी आते हैं, नर्सेस भी इसमें अप्लाई कर सकती हैं. इट काइंड ऑफ गोज it kind of comes with the background of different backgrounds as well. So UK may be special, you can be a public health specialist through residency training as well. So MPH could be a benefit in a lot of ways. Next slide, sir. Lastly, and by the end of it, what makes you a successful medical professional? I think this is a very important question. Passion, love, and curiosity for the field that you work in and that you choose for yourself. जो भी काम करें प्यार से करें, खूब सारे पैशन के साथ करें. Do for what you love to do and not because it pays well, just because but more because it complements your life, your personality. And success is not about how much money you make out of a degree, it is about how good of a career you make out of a degree. And career makes one happy and content in his work field, while jobs get tedious and depressing, boring with time. Only do what you want to do and keep going. You will make all your dreams come true. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir, for your very informative talk and motivative talk. And you can still email her if you have any question, or you can ask question to the Zoom chat, and also you can
I've
email.
also provided my WhatsApp. अगर ये उसमें होगी तो मैंने WhatsApp number भी दिया है. I'm usually active on my WhatsApp. Starting with the slide में सर आपको दिया था.
Okay.
Thank you so much, everybody. Just reach out to me. Or I think recent graduates के लिए MPH you don't need to be आपको अपनी internship खत्म करने की जरूरत नहीं है. Just after your MBBS, you have the GPA. You can start online masters and do your own thing as well. या फिर आप Master of Public Health. It would definitely complement your resume, your career in any way possible. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. And also we are JSMUAANA and JSMU is working on it to provide the online courses for Pakistani students and the physicians. So hopefully we will announce soon. Thank you. So next speaker is Business Administration, Master Business Administration, and the speaker is Dr. Nasir Rashid. Please share your presentation.
I am. Give me just 1 second. Oh, it's not happening. Copy link. Bear with me for a second.
I would say excellent presentation, and I'm still feeling, the passion in her voice regarding alternative career, and do what you like and like what you do. That's what it is, right, Sahar? So
Exactly, Dr. Jinnah.
Ji, bilkul. If you really are motivated, then there's no end to what you can achieve.
Definitely.
Irfan, I'll need your help because it's not coming through. Do you have it?
I can see your slide, Nasir.
Okay, so it's coming through now?
Yes.
Is Irfan, are you running it or you want me to run?
Yes, I'm running it, Nasir.
Okay, go ahead. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Thank you very much for staying so late. Let me go through each and everyone who have participated in this program. Dr. Tariq Rafi, thank you very much for allowing us to do this presentations and seminar. Dr. Safdar, Dr. Suleiman, Dr. Rizwan Naeem, Dr. Mukarram, Dr. Rahat Naz, and obviously the presenters, Shazia Masood, Khalid Sarwar Khan, Dr. Bernie, Dr. Amna Jamali, Dr. Ziaul Islam, Dr. Sahar Afshan just spoke before me, Nahwana Shafi, Bilal Ahmed, Abeya Suleiman, and then I think Dr. Bilal is going to be speaking after my presentation. Next slide, please. I think that's a blank slide, so just scroll to the next. So my topic is about the business present and the Master in Business Administration. It is for only a very, very select few people who actually have passed their MLEs and have made it to the United States and have started looking for residency and gone through 1 or 2 cycles and have not been able to get into the residency for any reason, but now still want to stay in the pathway for some kind of a health career. This is the pathway that we are talking about. It's not clinical. It is completely different pathway. I think some of it is done in Pakistan by some business schools, but for folks who are actually in USA and have the green card or the nationality, for them this is a very good program, in my opinion. The program is offered by an online course, and typically most MBA programs require GMA, GRE or GPA scores plus passing the GMAT. But in this program, you don't have to do that. You can actually do 124 5 hours of courses. And with those courses, then eventually you can go into the track of pursuing an MBA degree. They have about, as I said, 125 hours, and all of them, if you look at it, are usually self-study for the first 6 or 7, including the physician leadership, physician performance, essentials of health law, resolving conflict, and change management principles and all that stuff. But the last 4 are usually facilitated where most of the hours are concentrated. And if you look at it, each one of them has about 14 hours each, which combines about like halfway of the course, about almost 40% of the course requirement. And that is where they will expect you to not only do the online course, but also participate in some kind of a project management and everything to show your skill set that, yes, you are interested in pursuing a career in MBA. Irfan, next slide, please. And this is from their website. I have not done any editing on that. The website is called the Physician Leadership. I'm actually doing that MBA myself, although I'm already a practicing physician, but I'm doing it for the purpose that if I eventually decide to go into administrative pathway, that would be a good thing for me. And the best thing about this program is that out of the 125 hours that we do, once you complete it, you have the pathway to do and pursue at least 4 different degrees, not just MBA, but Master in Medical Management, Master in Health Care Quality and Safety Management, and Master of Science in Healthcare Delivery. And then they are establishing 2 more programs called as the Master of Science in Population Health and Master of Advanced Study in Health Informatics. Now, if somebody asks me now which one of the 6 pathways that would be the best, I would say the Master of Advanced Study in Health Informatics is going to be the best track for somebody who had already tried going into the medical field and try to get into the residency, and unfortunately is not able to get into residency, but is looking for an option where they can make a difference and at the same time obviously make decent compensation and make good money. The healthcare informatics is actually is going to be a very upcoming field. Most of the hospitals are now evolving their EMRs, and they need at least 1 or 2 physicians overseeing that programs. And in that way, you can stay connected in the clinical field, but at the same time, have more information about the EMR and how to be a part of a team to shape up the EMR to the convenience of the physicians. Next slide, please. Irfan, next slide. So as I said in my previous slide, the association's master program is a 125 hours program, which I showed most of you on the first slide. And excuse me, out of those 125 hours, about 56 hours are facilitated program hours. And what happens is that when you do those hours, you have to complete it over the course of 5 years. You cannot just start doing it and do it over 10 years or 15 years. You have to finish the program within the 5 year. And once you complete, then you can apply for a degree in one of the 4 affiliated universities. The other thing is that these are the self-study course. As I said, most of them are self-study, but at least 40, 60, 56 hours are facilitated, where you have to do some component online and some component of it is with collaboration with other group members. Next slide, please. So as I said previously, the course expiration is about 5 years. So when you do 125 hours over the course of 5 years, and people can do it 25 hours per year over the course of 5 years, or you can do the whole 125 hours within an year or 2 and then go into the MBA pathway, whatever works for you. It's much convenient for people who already have some job, but at the same time are still looking for an option to upgrade their training and their degree. Next slide, please. As you look on the right hand of the slide, once you complete that program of 125 hours, you can go and do an MBA or a Master in Medical Management degree. And the Master in Medical Management degree takes about as short as 18 months to as long as a couple of years, depending upon your schedule. Same as for the MBA, can take as short as 22 to as long as several years. And then Master in Healthcare Quality Management is 18 months. And same as for the other program, Safety Management program, where it can take as long, the same amount of time. But if you look on the right side of it, the positions that you can get after completing this program is that you can become a medical director of a hospital. or a practice. You can become a department of chief or a chief of the program, but obviously for those, you also have to have a medical training and have already worked in the clinical sides before you go for the chief or the chair positions. Same as for you can go for a program director pathway, again, for those who have also done the MBA or a master in medical management, and then also have done the clinical training. But the best I want to talk is the chief medical officer. So even if you do not have a formal residency training and you have done either master in medical management or MBA, you can at least get yourself a spot as a medical officer in a small institute, which can take about, like, as I said, and it's a decent paying job. Some of the chief medical officer jobs pay north of $200,000 per year. So I think it's a very good position for folks who are, as I said initially in my slides, who already have a U.S. green card or a U.S. residency, and they are part of the they are already in the U.S. Next slide, please. The degrees that I'm talking about, as I said, I'm doing right now, from the University of Massachusetts Amherst program, MBA with a focus in medical management. As I said, they have 11 courses. All of them are online, and as I said, it can be done as many as 2 courses a month, 2 courses per semester, to as infrequent as 1 courses. I'm doing it 1 course per semester, so it will take me about like 11 semesters, which probably will be around like 3.5 years. But I'm not in a rush to finish up the program. What it provides you the business knowledge. It provides you the experience about how to do the collaborative learning and develop the best practice models. And it's very easily applied to in any healthcare job. The program begins every January, May, and September. The second one is the Master in Medical Management, and that is a little bit shorter program, and it does require a little bit of on-campus training. As I said, it's also a program where somebody, when he or she starts that program, and mind you, these both programs are affiliated with universities that have very good ranking on the US World News. Eisenberg is about, I think, number 8 or number 9 in online MBA, and Carnegie Mellon is about like 11th or 12th. But when it comes to Master in Medical Management, I think they are now in the top 6 or top 7 in the country. Next slide, please. The other one, as I said, is the Master of Science in Healthcare Quality and Safety Management. And this is for the folks who are looking for an option to become a patient safety officer, as Sahar was talking about in our previous slides and presentation, is that you want to take a pathway where you want to become more of an advocate for patient safety and oversee the the patient care delivery options, in a safe and in a very good way. This is the pathway that we want to do. It's with the Jefferson College, affiliated with Thomas Jefferson University. And as I said, it's a different program, but again, it also will get you a spot in some kind of a clinical supervisory role. Master of Science in Population Health. I'm not very familiar with that. I did a brief research on this topic, and it is more or less related with population management and preventive health, which Sahar has already outlined in her previous slides. Next slide, please. The other 2 programs, they are affiliated with Arizona State University, and as I said, they are also the online programs. And this program of Master of Science in Healthcare Delivery, this is a very good program because it will give you the skill set to become part of a team where you want to oversee the projects that develop the best patient care. And this is something that is becoming very upcoming in the future. It's also a healthcare leadership role. It gives you a little bit of information about healthcare management information, and a little bit idea about healthcare economics and policy and everything. And as I said, this program is one of the newest program, but at the same time, the future of healthcare is going in this direction, and somebody who wants to pursue some kind of a master degree after the 125 hours with AAPL program can look into this one in my perspective, in my opinion. Master of Advanced Study in Health Informatics. This is also a very good program. It's actually in developing right now. And the reason it is it's a good program that there are 3 major EMRs that I'm aware of that are being currently used in United States. One is Cerner, the second one is Epic, and the third one is the QS and Meditech. QS and Meditech is a very basic program, and most likely it will slowly being phased out. But I think Cerner and Epic are the 2 neck-to-neck programs that hospitals adapt according to their needs, and to run those programs and to customize those programs according to the needs of the physician is the responsibility of the health information officer, which is what somebody can acquire that position once they do this degree after completing all their courses. Next slide, please. No, we skipped that slide. Thank you very much. And that's the end of my slide presentation. This pathway, as I said, is for very limited number of people who already have exhausted the options of getting into a clinical pathway in United States and are primarily now part of the are in the US and have family, and they also do not want to give up their passion of working in the healthcare business, but for unfortunate reasons, they cannot become part of a clinical team. These are the 4 options that I think are good options to look for when they have already exhausted their clinical options. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Nasir Rashid, for your great presentation. Next presentation this is the last presentation. And after that, we will have a short question and answer session. And next presentation is Dr. Mohammed Bilal, and he's going to talk about the opportunities in Australia. Dr. Bilal, you want to go ahead and share your presentations, please? Or I can take over. Dr. Bilal. Click the bottom one where the written is 69% next to that. Click, go down. Keep going down on the right side, left to the 69%. Click that and it will maximize. No, left side. A little more, or make it 100%, yeah. Or fit to, choose here, fit.
A little bit more on the left side where there's a square.
No. You see the 3 icon next to the 100% at the bottom, the right one. Click the right one. Yeah, right one. Yes, here you go. Perfect. Okay. Thank you. Dr. Bilal, you're muted. Yes.
How's that?
Yes.
Working now?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so I'll start now. Assalamu alaikum to everyone, and thank you for joining us at this time of the day. And a special thank you to you, Irfan and Jinnah, and all the to talk about this, the opportunities in Australia for the medical graduates. Now, the topic is very simple, and especially after all these excellent presentations, I think it's best for me to be straight and precise and to be to the point. Now, by no means I'm the expert on this topic, but having gone through that and seen the process closely, I may be able to give some insight about the process here And probably that is my only qualification to talk on this subject. My subject is completely different, or my practice is completely different. Now, the purpose of this talk from me is to provide some information, not what you can see on the website of the relevant authorities, which give you a lot more these information in detail and step by step and most current information. And that's take you through, it's like a navigating through the system. Especially in the current environment when the pandemic has caused a lot of, especially in Australia, a lot of restrictions in the movement. Almost everything is gone online and also gone what we call through there's hardly anything happening in person. And even if you ring to the relevant authorities, they tell you go on a website or send us email. So it's gone all working from home. However, these websites give you very good information on that. So I'll go through some of the real life matter or the practical aspect, which will give you insight and give you some information so that you can make an informed decision about these, your future decision where you will be making your decision for the future life ahead, and especially success. If you have informed all the information, you can make a better decision. In terms of I'll just give you this information about the country where you probably would like to join or come in. Traditionally, Australia has never been on the top of the list for any migrant, whether it's medical or non-medical, comparing to the other countries, traditional countries like UK, as well as the United States and Canada for that matter. And also if you look at the other neighboring countries. However, just to give you, because not many people know about the opportunity in Australia and also what Australia is, just to give you a perspective on that, Australia is at the furthest or southern part of the globe, which furthest in terms of travel time, not maybe in terms of the distance, but not many travel happens, so it takes a longer time. Now I'll go through some of the population statistic. Look, Australia's total population about 25.5 million when you compare it with the Americans, which is almost 331 million, and the UK is about 66 million. And if you look at the Australian, the area is spread out is almost 7.7 million kilometers west, which you compare with the UK, which is about 242,000 square kilometers. Comparing America is almost 9.8 million square meters. These may not be relevant, but it's just giving you a bit of a feel where you're embarking on what it means that the economy size of Australia is about 10.9 trillion dollars, which is Australian dollars, oh sorry, US dollars, and which is GDP of 1.4 trillion dollars. The average living cost in Australia is $2,835 per month per person. Now, this is only an indicator. If you're living in the main cities and the main suburbs, it's much, much higher. If you're living in a more remote area, it's much lower. So average income for Australians is about $89,000. And minimum income for a full-timer in Australia is regulated by the authorities is about almost $39,000. Now, coming more relevant to the medical practice, the total number of registered medical practitioners in Australia is about 101,000. And if you relate it with the total population, which is $25.5 million, it gives you a ratio of population, physician to the population is about 3.52. When you compare it with the American one, which is the total physician almost just over 500,000, which is 535,000, the ratio comes as 2.9 physician per. Hello. Then if you compare with the UK, it's the total number of physicians there, registered physician 301,000, which gives you a ratio of 2.8 physician per thousand. So you're just seeing what's your competition, what's the population, and it's giving a bit of insight on that, all these numbers. You may not see is relevant at this point, but you're not planning for just going into residency or going into the registration. You're planning a life. You're planning a change in your career or life and living in a place where you feel comfortable. So these are the few facts on that. But another fact which you realize later on, but it's better to know all these, is the tax rate system. Interesting, Australian tax rate is varies from 10 to 47%, and very quickly go to the ceiling, which is about after 180K, it gets to the top tax rate. When you compare it with the UK, the typical rate is in UK is about 20 to 40%. It goes to the top ceiling is 46%, which is after 150K of pound sterling. In terms of that, it's almost a double the bracket. And when you compare it with the United States, the typical tax rate is between 10 to 37%, and the typical 22% rate is on 85,000 US dollars. And the top rate comes around just past $400,000. So these are the real life matters when you earning, and when you in the real life, all these things, you need to be aware of it. If it's not pinching you, but at least you can handle it better, you can plan it better. So what is that? So accordingly, you'll see that Australia is with highly taxed, highly regulated, and closely monitored due to small population size, and it's all been regulation and monitoring is done to the benefit of the consumers, whether the consumer is the health consumer or whether other commodity consumer. So the consumer is highly protected in this environment, and that's what it takes whenever anyone, whether you apply for a licensing, especially in the health, you go through the very tough, stringent process. We need to remember this process. It seems difficult and hard, but it is practically, we are the consumer of the health ourselves as well. It's give you sort of a guarantee that you are in the right hands, and that's what we all like to see, and we would like to offer as a practitioner. Now the question comes in that how to decide where to go, because you have all the opportunities. The world is open for you, and it's all how to decide where to go. Then it all depends what's your objectives and goals are. And on that matter, I'll just change the slide if you just allow me. Sorry, I'll just go back. So it's all open up. The whole world is open for you where you want to go, but it's all depends what your objectives are. The second question comes, what to do. Once you've decided where you want to, what your objectives are, then you do go through the process and see what is available for you and how to do it. How to do is once you decided what you want, what's available, and then you go specific, any part of the world. So that's how it goes. Now, in terms of where to go, you look at yourself, ask the question yourself, what do you want to do? Your movement from your comfort zone, from your place of comfort, from the system of your comfort. If you're going into a new system wherever you go has its own challenges. And if you're going into that, it's a big decision and there's a big courage to do that. And if you're doing that, you need to understand why you're doing it. And if you're doing it, whether you're doing it for academic reasons, if you're doing it for academic reasons, you will look for the places which has got more opportunities for academic advancement and for you. If you're doing it for economic reasons, then you have to look where you find a better economy, because all these places are open for you. If you're doing for a lifestyle reason, you can do it for the lifestyle reasons. You do the job, you do the your career, but your lifestyle is also part. And on that note, I would say all like academic sides, for the economic side, you might see other parts of the world much more rewarding for you. In, for example, US, you see all the well-renowned institutes, not all, most of them there in US. So as in the UK, in terms of economy, you might see that Americans' economy might offer you better remuneration, or maybe the surrounding, like in the Middle East, you might get. The lifestyle, the Australia offers you a bit more lifestyle there. It's, if you look at in the ranking of the world, it's Australia has been on the 5th in the quality of life ranking, and it is on the top of the list of 5 countries of the highest standard of living in the world. But all this come with the cost. The cost is the highly taxed, your income, and also high cost of living. So these are the factors you need to think yourself where you want to go based on your primary reason of moving out of from your own comfort zone. Now, in terms of social life, community life, all these factors become very relevant once you have lived in the place for a few years, and if you want to live for long term in that part of the world. Now, all these things, proximity, that makes that influences the decision. Now, this is all good, what we have talking, we have seen what's available, what's all there. But what we need to see to be successful or to be able to achieve, you need to do something. And what the other people, that means the country you're going or the system you're going, what are they looking in yourself about this one? So if you don't have that, the life is difficult. The whole world is open, but if you don't have what they're looking for you, it will be difficult. So you need to assess yourself what you've got. If you have talents and if you're gifted, you don't have to worry too much. The people will look for you or they will find you. And they do hunting in the medicine as well, in health industry as well. So you will be fine. If you're hardworking, you will make your way. So that's fine. And if you're lucky, it's very good. You'll find this. But in a Western system, luck plays a relatively small role. You'll be lucky once, twice, 3 times, but it's not sustainable in Western system. So you cannot rely purely on your luck. So you have to one or the other. Then it comes that if you have all of these things, look, the sky is the limit for you. Nothing can stop you. But if you're unfortunate, you have none of them. Yeah.
Oh,
if
I'm
you
sorry.
have none of them, yourself, not anyone else. And you know what? In that case, you better off living and staying with your parents, because they are the one who can look after you very well in those situations. But if you have decided to go into the competitive world, you have to offer more what they already have got done with them. And that's where it is. So what's in your control, your hard work. What you've been gifted and talented, that's excellent. So what I'm saying in this, that the prerequisite for any system you're going in, you have to be better than what the system has already got, and you'll be successful. Now, I'll come to the what is involved. Now, it's worldwide very similar steps, and so as in Australia, you need to get your qualification verified, which is the initial steps. So there are bodies and authorities which does it. The Australian system a little bit different from American system, that because there are quite a few departments like Westminster style bureaucratic system, but having said that, it's not bad. The initial hurdle is there to get through those steps, but after that it becomes much more streamlined, so you don't have to worry too much. So in that verification of qualifications is the very first step, which is done through the Australian Medical Council, which is the council responsible for that. Then once you have been verified your competency that you're equivalent to the local graduates, then the process of registration starts. So once you get registered, then you are almost past to biggest hurdle. The people, majority of the people who are in Australia or comes in Australia, they usually have immigration status. So therefore, that status doesn't become a big issue. However, just a few years ago, there were shortage of physicians, and they took quite a few, or they opened up the immigration for the medical graduates as well. Having said that, there are some opportunities in here where they give a temporary registration and temporary visa for those graduates who are coming through institute to the institutes, and that's through the link between the two institutes, and they spend their time of learning and teaching and training in that, and they can get these type of visas from there, and so as the registration. The next step come after this is the employment. This is different in Australian system, that you have to do independently verification, independently registration, and then find an employment before they register you, even though you qualify for registration. So for the employment, you apply to various hospital system initially, because everyone has to go through the hospital system first. And on that note, I would recommend people to do their internship overseas in the country of origin, and maybe 1 or 2 years of experience, because very hard to get the internship in Australian system because they have their own local graduate. The bodies which control this is Australian Medical Council, which is the government independent organization, government controlled independent organization called AMC, which assess your qualification, primary degree, and also conduct the exam, which is in two parts: the MCQ, or the written part, and the other is the clinical part. MCQ part, as I understand, has been there are outside Australia centers, and as far as I know, there is no center in Pakistan, but there are probably few in surrounding countries. So once you have done the exam, the written exam, which is MCQ, and then the clinical exam, which is conducted in Australia, then you, as a overseas or international medical graduate, apply to the Department of Health for the placement. Oh, sorry, I'll just go a step back. You apply to the hospital, and the Department of Education allows you to work in that place. Because Department of Health manages the workforce, and especially in the area of needs. And under the moratorium in 1996 October, the Medical Council of Australia, they brought this moratorium. Any overseas graduate coming to Australia, they have to spend 10 years in the rural before they go into metropolitan areas, and that has still valid. And also along with that, they brought this ruling that anyone who is working independently and unsupervised has to have a postgraduate qualifications, which is typically a fellowship from the college, relevant college. However, in the hospital system, you don't need that because hospital positions are almost all supervised. So once you have passed that stage of the registration, employment, and got the health department has approved your posting, then it comes to the other real life, is that finding a living. Living is a bit expensive, but once you're in a job, it's not a big deal. The big problems come with the supporting the family, whether family is with you or some family behind, you have left behind, for two reasons. One is a completely different culture, different laws, different rules, and different environment, and you probably don't have your friends and loved ones around you. So that can become a little issue, especially a place like in Australia, where the subcontinent population forms only 2.8% of the total population. and more likely most physicians or more graduates go to the rural area initially for the purpose of initial 10 years, or which can be reduced depending on different circumstances. They find it a little bit difficult. Now, I'll be brief on that. Australian Medical Council, which controls the verification process, then comes the Australian Medical Board, which also requires, it's not the Australian Medical Council, it's the Australian Medical Board, requires English language competency as well. So most people requires that. So once you have done that, then there are many other authorities which like Health Insurance Commission and all those things, but they are not that relevant because they all streamlined from their own. So on this, I'll give you some useful links, and they are very useful because they give you complete direction in that. It's like a navigation through their sites, navigating you through their step by step through this process, and you'll find very useful on that. Now, having said that, now we'll just give you a little quick summary about the cost. Look, I've given you a bit of a cost about living. It's not a matter once you're on the job, but when you're preparing yourself, the cost for typically for assessment pathway application fee is about 500 Australian dollar. Mind you, Australian dollar is about 30% lower comparing to American dollar, and is about 45% lower to UK pound sterling. So you're looking about $500 for the assessment fee. Then for MCQ, about $2,720. And clinical exam fees about $3,530. And all these things a little bit expensive if you're not earning in the same currency, which is dollar. So keep all these things in mind. So I have kept myself a little bit brief because I just wanted to give you insight of all these things rather than give you the step-by-step process, which you can find much useful on the website. Now, in terms of I've taken you through the process. Now it comes from the specialty, depending which area you want to go, they all streamline from there on. And based on your interests, you prove yourself. It's not in Australian system, because it's a small community and a small system. It's not a matter of selling yourself. You need to come up, but it's a matter of proving yourself. Look, in a Western system, you can't find a better salesman than the Western person itself. But to prove yourself, that's what they're looking for. So, and that's this all in your hand. So I will end my little this brief summary about the opportunities in Australia, and I will give it back to the organizer or host to if there is any question on it.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bilal, and you can unshare your screen, and I will hand over to Dr. Jinnah Safdar, President of JSMUAANA, to introduce our guest for a quick introduction.
Yeah, it's a great honor and a privilege to have Dr. Humayun Chaudhary here with us. He is the CEO of the Federation of State Medical Board that owns the USMLE. So he's going to talk a little bit about the changes that we're expecting in step 1, step 2 exams, which is very relevant to this audience. Thank you, Dr. Chaudhary.
Thank you very much. Can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Safdar. I appreciate this opportunity to speak to you all. I know the hour is very late in Pakistan. बल्कि काफ़ी देर हो गई है, इसके बाद सबको सो जाना चाहिए, I think. But let me spend a few minutes talking about the USMLE. I'm the president and CEO of the Federation of State Medical Boards, which is one of the co-owners of the examination. And I bet you didn't know that a Pakistani American is in charge of the USMLE examination. But we are making, as you may know already, two changes to the examination. One of them I know has been controversial among the IMG community, and that is converting the step 1 examination from a numerical score to pass-fail. We made that announcement, and that was originally going to go into effect in January of 2022. We have had a lot of requests from especially US medical students, both MD and DO, to change that, to make it sooner. After giving it much consideration, we've decided not to do that because we recognize it takes time for these changes to be implemented, and that might change in the months ahead, but for now, we are still planning on moving to pass-fail for step 1 by January of 2022. Now remember, step 2 CK remains with a numerical score. Step 3 remains with a numerical score. There are no plans to change either of those examinations to pass-fail. So in the short term, what that means is especially for international medical graduates, is that program directors are likely in the short term to pay a little bit more attention to the step 2 CK scores. Now, I should also mention that the Federation of State Medical Boards, my organization, is part of a group called the Coalition for Physician Accountability in the United States. We are looking beyond scores. We think it's unfair for both US graduates and IMGs to be judged and for careers to be decided based upon one score of one examination like the step 1, which has been the case for a long time. And so this coalition, made up of many of the regulators in the United States, are looking to create a dashboard where there will be a number of things by which you all will be selected for residency selection. We think that's a much better way to go than with a single examination score, but step 2 CK will probably remain important. Finally, you may have heard some changes being made to the step 2 clinical skills examination. You may have heard from my colleague from the ECFMG. Right now, the examination is suspended. We suspect that that suspension of step 2 clinical skills will continue at least through the end of 2021. It may go into the beginning of 2022. So in the interim, for the IMG population, you may already know that the ECFMG has created alternate pathways by which people who are not able to take the exam because it's not available, we're not offering it, can still move ahead and still take step 3 and still apply for residency training. The ECFMG is also making similar plans for alternate pathways for IMGs for next year. When this examination comes back, and it likely will come back, the good news is it will probably not be the same type of examination we've had since 2004, where you had to travel, as some of you know, to 5 cities and go to one of those 5 cities to take this examination with in-person encounters with a standardized patient, pretending to be a patient, basically. Instead, what we're doing, and this is not just because of the pandemic, we think that this is probably more cost-effective, is we're moving towards a virtual format. We haven't worked out all the details. We still have to discuss it with our state licensing boards who have to approve it. But that is the direction where we're headed, which means you, in the future, you may not have to travel by plane and stay in a hotel and do these in-person encounters. It's a very real possibility that that could be done virtually through a computer terminal. But again, those details will be announced soon. You can follow me on Twitter. You can follow the USMLE program on Twitter, but happy to speak to you all in the future when I have more to share. But thank you very much, Dr. Safdar, for giving me this opportunity. I should mention I also am from Karachi, but I was 5 years old when I came here, so all of my education has been here. But Jinnah Sindh Medical University has done a fantastic job. Remember, and I think Dr. Bilal Ahmed mentioned this, don't underplay your Pakistani roots. I mean, look at me. I'm a Pakistani American and I'm the CEO of the FSMB. Pakistan, you heard in the presentation that Pakistan is the 3rd largest ECFMG certificate holder, but it's also the 3rd largest group of licensed physicians in the United States who are international graduates. There are 13,000, at least 13,000 licensed physicians in the United States who were educated in Pakistan. Thank you.
Gee, thank you so much, Dr. Chaudhary, for saying all these words. And because when I heard that you are from Karachi, that's why I said I have to introduce you, and you have to say all these words, because once you're a Karachiite, you're always a Karachiite.
That's right. I was born in Holy Family Hospital.
Oh, wonderful! One of the oldest hospitals, I suppose.
That's right.
Yes, yes. So great. Thank you so much for these insights, and I appreciate each and every one of you for taking the time out from your Sunday morning or Sunday evening or midnight in Australia to give us all this information. And this is where you can get your CME credits, thanks to the Chicago Medical Society and Dr. Butt. You can email info@JSMUAANA.net if you want the CME credits from USA. On the other hand, if you want Pakistani credits, CME credits from the JSMU, you can email them and provide this information. All this information is going to be on our website also, that you can go to JSMUAANA.net. And I appreciate all your help. You will have to do a post survey to get the CME credit. Anything else, Irfan, you want to add?
No, thank you so much. Actually, the
we have many
question and
questions
answer.
to Dr. Humayun Chaudhary.
Yes, we
Can you
are
please
actually,
start?
we can take one or two questions because we are more than 4 hours. Right now, we are almost 5 hours. So we can take a quickly one or two questions and we will conclude the conference. Go ahead, please.
My question is that after step 1 scores are not going to be considered. So for candidates who already have step 1 scores before 2020, would they be considering it when the residency time comes during the interview session?
So we don't make a habit, Dr. Aida, to change scores once they are issued. So if someone has a numerical score on step 1, there are no plans to convert that score to a pass-fail score. That score would still be available to you. But as fewer people will have those scores, the residency program directors are less likely to prioritize them. I don't know if that answers your question, but if you have a score, it will always be a score that's available on your transcript.
Liz, you want to answer this question too?
I am not sure if
Okay.
I don't think Liz is on anymore.
Yeah, she
Okay.
left because she has something to do, and she told me she's going to come back, but I don't
Okay.
hear back.
Any other question before we conclude this conference, please? Anyone have any question or?
You can send your questions to info@jsmuana.net or ask
Dr. Irfan, Asif here. Can I make a comment rather than a question?
Sure, go ahead.
Yeah, just want to thank the Dr. Jinnah, Irfan Bhai, Rizan Bhai, and Dr. Tariq, everybody. And my sense after listening to all those 4 hours is that I think we should have a second episode of this one to cover lots sort of things which students might be more interested in, and a step 2 of the same presentation or the webinar. Excellent. Thank you.
Okay, so I will ask our president to conclude the conference, and thank you so much, everyone, all the speakers and all the guests. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. Over and out.
Khuda Hafiz.
Thank you, Ji. Khuda Hafiz.
Khuda Hafiz.
Thank you, Irfan. Assalamu alaikum and Khuda Hafiz.
Thank you.
Thank you and Allah Hafiz.
Allah Hafiz, everybody.
Thank you,
Hafiz, thank you very much.
Salman, JSMUAANA, everybody. Thank you for providing the opportunity. It was great connecting. Thank you, everyone. Allah Hafiz.
Thank you, Ji. Hafiz.
I must thank everybody. I think I had some really wonderful presentations and some new network and contacts in Shazia and Saudi Arabia. Nice to hear that you are from the UK. And many other friends. Some really important points have been made. I made lots of notes, so maybe I'll be in touch with you for future talks as well. So I hope that's all right. Thank you very much.
Wish you all the best, everybody.
Thank you, everyone, for your time and for your hard work. Thanks.
Thanks, everybody. Irfan and Zinat. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.